Every restless mind you see in the morning has spent the night fighting battles no one else could hear. When the lights go off, when the world grows silent, when there is no task left to hide behind, the thoughts begin to rise. The worry you ignored during the day comes closer. The memory you tried to outrun becomes louder. The fear you pushed aside starts whispering again, and suddenly the bed that was meant to give you rest becomes the place where your mind refuses to be still, not because you are weak, but because your mind has been trained to carry what it was never meant to hold all night. You were taught to keep going, to stay strong, to think ahead, to solve problems, to prepare for pain before it arrives. But no one taught you how to release a thought. No one taught you how to let the day end without dragging it into your sleep. No one taught you that peace does not mean your mind becomes empty. It means your thoughts no longer control you. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that the mind suffers when it tries to control what is not in its hands. They knew that worry can dress itself like wisdom, even while it quietly steals your rest. They knew that fear is not a command, regret is not a prison, and tomorrow does not need to be solved tonight. The moment you stop obeying every thought that enters your mind, you begin to return to yourself. Tonight, that is what this meditation is for. 4 hours to quiet the noise behind your eyes. 4 hours to stop wrestling with what has already happened. 4 hours to let tomorrow wait until morning. 4 hours to loosen the grip of every thought keeping you awake, so your body can soften, your breathing can slow, and your mind can finally remember how to sleep. And as the body begins to soften, as the breathing becomes slower, as the world outside your room continues without needing your attention, something inside you may still be standing guard. The day has ended, but the mind has not yet received permission to stop. It keeps looking for one more problem, one more memory, one more reason to stay awake. This is where the work begins, not by forcing silence, but by understanding why the noise appears the moment stillness arrives. There is a strange kind of pain that only visits when everything becomes quiet. During the day you may look fine. You may speak normally, answer messages, complete tasks, smile at people, and move through the world as if nothing heavy is happening inside you. But once your body lies down, once your hands are no longer busy, once your eyes close and the room stops demanding anything from you, the mind begins to open doors you thought were already locked. This is why the mind often becomes loudest when the body finally becomes still. Not because the night is your enemy, not because sleep is running away from you, but because stillness removes every distraction that helped you avoid what was waiting underneath. The Stoics understood that the mind is not disturbed by events alone, but by the meaning we continue to give those events. A moment may have passed hours ago, years ago, or even decades ago, but if the mind still calls it unfinished, it will return like an unpaid debt. The body may be tired, but the mind says, "Not yet. We still need to think about this." And so, while your muscles are asking for rest, your thoughts begin to hold a meeting without your permission. During the day, movement can hide mental noise. Work hides it. Conversation hides it. Chores hide it. Phones hide it. Even helping other people can hide it. You keep doing, planning, responding, adjusting and solving, so the deeper thoughts do not get enough room to speak clearly. But at night, when the body finally becomes still, there is no longer a crowd around the mind. The distractions leave, the masks fall. The inner room becomes quiet enough for everything you have avoided to make itself known. This is not weakness. This is awareness trying to rise. A thought that becomes loud at night is not always there to harm you. Sometimes it is a signal. Sometimes it is your mind showing you what has been pushed aside for too long. The worry may be asking for order. The regret may be asking for forgiveness. The fear may be asking for truth. The memory may be asking to be released from the old story attached to it. But because these thoughts arrive when you are already tired, they feel bigger than they are. They come when your strength is lower, when your body is ready to sleep, when your emotions are softer, and because of that, they appear more powerful. This is why a problem at midnight can feel like a mountain, but in the morning it may look like something you can carry. The problem did not always shrink. Sometimes your nervous system simply changed state. In the dark, with no movement, no sunlight, no voices, and no action to take, the mind can mistake quietness for danger. It begins scanning. It asks, what did we miss? What could go wrong? Who is upset? What if tomorrow becomes difficult? What if the past repeats itself? And, before you know it, your bed becomes a battlefield of questions that do not need answers tonight. The Stoic path begins with seeing this clearly. You are not every thought that visits you. You are the one who can notice the thought. That small space between you and the noise is where peace begins. If a thought says, "You failed," you do not have to bow to it. You can say, "A thought of failure has appeared." If a worry says, "Something bad may happen," you do not have to follow it into every dark corner. You can say, "A thought of fear is passing through." This may sound simple, but it changes everything. The moment you name a thought instead of becoming it, you loosen its grip. Most people suffer at night because they treat every thought as an emergency. A memory appears and they enter it. A fear appears and they argue with it. A regret appears and they punish themselves again. A future concern appears and they begin rehearsing pain that has not arrived. The mind becomes loud because it has learned that every thought deserves a reaction. But Stoic stillness teaches something different. A thought can knock without being invited inside. A worry can speak without becoming your master. A memory can pass without becoming your home. When the body becomes still, the mind may also become loud because it is used to control. All day you may control your schedule, your speech, your appearance, your responsibilities, your reactions, and sometimes even the way people see you. But night removes control. You cannot fix everything from the pillow. You cannot rewrite old conversations. You cannot force someone to understand you. You cannot make tomorrow safe by suffering tonight. And because the mind does not like powerlessness, it tries to regain control through thinking. But thinking is not always control. Sometimes it is only disguised fear. There is a difference between useful reflection and restless rumination. Reflection brings clarity. Rumination brings exhaustion. Reflection says, "What can I learn?" Rumination says, "Why did this happen to me again?" Reflection ends with wisdom. Rumination circles back to the same wound. Reflection respects the limits of the night. Rumination keeps demanding answers from a tired mind. If you can learn to tell the difference, you begin to protect your sleep from thoughts that only want to repeat themselves. The body becomes still before the mind does because the body is more honest. The body knows it is tired. The body knows it has carried you through another day. The body knows the eyes are heavy, the shoulders are tense, the chest wants space, the breath wants to slow down. But the mind, especially a mind trained by pressure, does not always trust rest. It believes rest must be earned by solving everything first. It says, "Once I understand everything, I will sleep. Once I fix everything, I will relax. Once I know what will happen, I will feel safe." But life rarely gives that kind of permission, so the Stoic must learn to give it inwardly. You are allowed to sleep before every question is answered. You are allowed to rest while some people still misunderstand you. You are allowed to close your eyes before tomorrow becomes clear. You are allowed to stop carrying a conversation that has already ended. You are allowed to let the body be still without letting the mind turn that stillness into punishment. The night is not asking you to solve your life. It is asking you to return to yourself. It is asking you to stop treating your thoughts as rulers. It is asking you to remember that not everything loud is important and not everything urgent is true. Sometimes the loudest thoughts are only the oldest ones. Sometimes the mind repeats what it has not yet learned how to release. Sometimes silence does not create pain. It simply reveals where pain has been waiting for kindness. So tonight, when your body becomes still and your mind begins to speak, do not panic. Do not fight every thought. Do not chase every worry. Do not open every door. Let the thoughts rise like waves and fall like waves. Let them pass through the room of your awareness without giving each one a chair to sit in. You do not need to defeat the mind. You only need to stop feeding the noise with fear. This is the first lesson of Stoic sleep. Stillness does not make the mind loud. Stillness reveals what the mind has been carrying. And once you can see what you carry, you can begin, gently and patiently, to put it down. And once you begin to see that stillness only reveals what the mind has been carrying, the next step is gentler but deeper, because not every thought that rises at night deserves the same response. Some thoughts are messengers, some are teachers, some are warnings that need calm attention, but others are only old fears wearing serious faces. Others do not come to guide you, they come to control you, and the tired mind often struggles to know the difference. There is a quiet trap many people fall into at night. A thought appears, and because it feels strong, they believe it must be important. It enters the mind with pressure, with speed, with a heavy feeling in the chest, and immediately the person thinks, "This must mean something. I must solve it now." But the Stoics would ask a calmer question. Is this thought asking for wise action, or is it only demanding my obedience? That question can save your peace, because a thought that needs attention usually comes with clarity. It may be serious, but it is not chaotic. It points towards something real, something within your control, something that can be handled with reason. It may say, "You need to apologize tomorrow." It may say, "You need to organize this responsibility." It may say, "You ignored something important today, and you should face it with honesty." These thoughts may not feel comfortable, but they carry direction. They do not keep spinning forever. They lead toward one steady next step. But a thought that only wants control feels different. It does not bring direction, it brings pressure. It does not ask you to act wisely. It forces you to suffer repeatedly. It says, "What if everything goes wrong?" but gives you no useful path. It says, "What if they hate you?" but gives you no evidence. It says, "You should have known better," but offers no lesson, only punishment. It drags you into circles. It makes your body tense. It makes your breathing shallow. It turns the night into a place where fear pretends to be preparation. The Stoic difference is simple, but powerful. A useful thought serves your character. A controlling thought serves your fear. A useful thought helps you become more honest, more disciplined, more patient, more responsible, or more free. A controlling thought makes you smaller. It pushes you into panic, shame, resentment, or helplessness. One helps you return to your values. The other pulls you away from yourself. One says, "Here is what can be done." The other says, "Keep thinking until you feel safe." But safety does not come from endless thinking. Often, it comes from knowing when thinking has reached its limit. This is where many sleepless minds suffer. They keep trying to reason with thoughts that are not reasonable. They answer one fear, and another fear appears. They solve one possibility, and the mind creates another. They review one memory, and the mind brings a new angle. It is like trying to empty the ocean with a cup. The more they work, the more exhausted they become. Not because they are failing, but because the thought was never asking to be solved. It was asking to be obeyed. The Stoics believed that your peace depends on knowing what belongs to you and what does not. Your actions belong to you. Your choices belong to you. Your attitude belongs to you. Your effort belongs to you. But other people's opinions, the final outcome, the past, the unknown future, and the hidden thoughts of others do not fully belong to you. So when a thought comes at night, you can gently test it. Is this within my control? If the answer is yes, choose one small wise action and let the rest wait for morning. If the answer is no, then the thought is not asking for your attention. It is asking for your surrender. And you do not have to surrender. There is a deep peace in learning to say, "This thought is loud, but it is not useful." At first, that may feel strange, because many people have been trained to believe that worry means care. They think if they stop worrying, they are being careless. They think if they stop replaying, they are ignoring the lesson. They think if they stop preparing for every possible pain, they will be caught unguarded. But worry and wisdom are not the same. Wisdom prepares with calm hands. Worry shakes the body and calls itself protection. A thought that needs attention leaves you more grounded after you face it. Even if it is uncomfortable, it brings a kind of order. You may realize, tomorrow I will make that call. Tomorrow I will write that down. Tomorrow I will speak honestly. Tomorrow I will correct what I can. Once the next right step is clear, the thought has completed its work. You can thank it and let it go. But a controlling thought refuses completion. It does not accept a next step. It wants more fear, more checking, more replaying, more punishment. It tells you that rest is irresponsible. It tells you that peace is dangerous. It tells you that if you stop thinking, everything may fall apart. But look closely. Has the endless thinking truly protected you? Has it changed the past? Has it forced tomorrow to obey you? Has it made your heart lighter? Or has it only stolen the strength you need for the life waiting in the morning? This is why Stoic sleep is not about fighting thoughts. Fighting a thought often gives it more life. It is about judging thoughts with quiet discipline. Not every visitor deserves a room. Not every fear deserves a conversation. Not every regret deserves a trial. You can allow a thought to appear without building a home for it inside your mind. When a thought arrives, pause before following it. Let it stand at the doorway of your awareness. Ask gently, are you here to guide me, or are you here to control me? If it guides you, receive the lesson. Make the intention. Choose the action that belongs to you. Then release the rest. If it controls you, do not argue for hours. Do not wrestle with it like it is an enemy equal to your soul. Simply recognize it. This is fear. This is old shame. This is the mind searching for certainty. This is a memory asking for more power than it deserves. There is freedom in naming things correctly. Fear loses some power when you stop calling it truth. Regret softens when you stop calling it justice. Anxiety weakens when you stop calling it preparation. A painful thought becomes lighter when you stop treating it as a command. This is not denial. This is discipline. Denial says, nothing is wrong. Stoic discipline says, something may be wrong, but I will not lose myself before I know what is mine to do. The night becomes calmer when you stop giving controlling thoughts the throne. You do not need to answer every what if. You do not need to revisit every mistake. You do not need to prove your worth to the version of yourself that only appears when you are tired. You do not need to let one anxious thought decide the mood of your whole body. Your mind may offer noise, but you can offer stillness in return. And sometimes the most powerful response is not a long explanation. It is one quiet sentence. This can wait. Not as avoidance, but as wisdom. Because some thoughts are better handled by a rested mind. Some decisions should not be made under the weight of midnight fear. Some memories should not be judged when the heart is tired. Some worries shrink when touched by morning light. Tonight, let your mind learn the difference. A thought that needs attention will still be there tomorrow, clearer and calmer, ready to be handled with strength. A thought that only wants control will fade when you stop feeding it your fear. This is how the Stoic begins to reclaim the night. Not by forcing the mind to be empty, but by refusing to let every thought become a master. You are not here to obey the noise. You are here to understand it, sort it, and release what does not belong to your peace. And once you learn this, sleep no longer feels like escape. It becomes an act of wisdom, a quiet return to the part of you that knows the difference between what needs your care and what only wants your control. And once you learn that not every thought deserves obedience, the next lesson goes even deeper. Because some thoughts do not arrive as worries about tomorrow. Some arrive as witnesses from yesterday. They walk into the quiet room of your mind, carrying old mistakes, old shame, old conversations, old decisions, and old versions of you that no longer exist. And if you are not careful, bedtime becomes a courtroom where the past comes to testify, and you become both the accused and the judge. There is a kind of exhaustion that does not come from the body. It comes from standing trial inside your own mind every night. You lie down to rest, but instead of peace, the past takes the stand. One memory speaks first, then another, then another. A mistake you made years ago, a person you disappointed, a chance you missed, a sentence you wish you never said, a silence you wish you had broken, a door you should have left closed. And suddenly the night is no longer a place of healing. It becomes a room where your own mind keeps asking, "Why did you do that?" This is one of the heaviest ways to lose sleep. Not because the past is happening again, but because the mind keeps treating it as if it is still on trial. The Stoics would remind you of something simple but powerful. What is gone is no longer under your control. You can learn from it. You can take responsibility for what belongs to you. You can correct what can still be corrected. You can become wiser because of it. But you cannot return to the exact moment and live it again with the wisdom you have now. That is the hidden cruelty of regret. It judges the old you with the eyes of the current you. At night, this becomes especially painful because tiredness removes balance. A memory that might feel manageable in the afternoon can feel unbearable when the room is dark and the heart is quiet. The mind begins to collect evidence against you. It does not show the full story. It does not show your confusion, your fear, your pressure, your lack of knowledge, your younger mind, your wounded state, your limited understanding at the time. It only shows the mistake. It places it in the center and says, "Look at this, explain yourself." But you are not required to keep defending yourself to a past that cannot be changed. This does not mean you deny what happened. Stoicism is not about pretending that your choices had no weight. It is not about excusing everything. It is about seeing the truth without turning truth into punishment. There is a difference between responsibility and self-prosecution. Responsibility says, "I see what happened and I will grow from it." Self-prosecution says, "I must suffer forever because it happened." Responsibility leads to maturity. Self-prosecution leads to sleeplessness. Many people think that if they stop punishing themselves, it means they have not learned the lesson. But pain is not the only proof that you have changed. Sleepless regret is not wisdom. Shame is not discipline. Replaying the same scene every night does not make you more moral. It only keeps your nervous system trapped inside an old event. The lesson is useful. The endless trial is not. The Stoic mind asks, "What can this teach me?" The wounded mind asks, "How long must I hate myself for this?" One question opens a door, the other locks you in a cell. So when bedtime becomes a courtroom, you must learn to dismiss the case for the night. Not because nothing matters, but because the trial has become unfair. No wise judge hears a case when the witness is tired, the room is dark, the emotions are high, and the mind is already weak from carrying the day. If there is something to repair, write it into tomorrow. If there is someone to apologize to, let morning carry that action. If there is a lesson to remember, receive it with humility. But do not lie in bed and let your past speak without mercy. A past mistake should be a teacher, not a permanent witness against your soul. Sometimes the mind brings the past at night because it is still searching for a different ending. It wants to say the better words. It wants to make the better choice. It wants to notice the warning sign earlier. It wants to walk away sooner. It wants to love differently, trust differently, respond differently, protect itself differently. But this kind of thinking often becomes a trap. The mind believes if it replays the event enough times, it can finally change the pain. But replaying is not rewriting. It only keeps the wound fresh. The Stoics practiced acceptance not because they were cold, but because they understood reality. Acceptance means you stop demanding that yesterday become obedient to today's wisdom. You stop arguing with a closed door. You stop dragging your present peace back into a moment that has already ended. You tell yourself, gently but firmly, "That happened. I cannot undo it. But I can decide what kind of person rises from it." That is where your power is. Your power is not in changing the old scene. Your power is in refusing to let the old scene own every night that comes after it. Your power is in becoming more honest because of what happened, more careful, more patient, more humble, more awake, more compassionate toward the versions of yourself that were still learning. The past may explain part of you, but it does not have permission to imprison all of you. When your mind begins presenting evidence against you, slow down and notice the tone. Is this memory helping you grow, or is it trying to keep you ashamed? Is it asking for correction, or is it asking for suffering? Is it pointing toward a wise action, or is it only repeating pain? If it is pointing toward action, honor it. If it is only repeating pain, release it from the courtroom. You can say to yourself, "The lesson has been received. The punishment is no longer needed." There is peace in that sentence, because many people continue punishing themselves long after the lesson has done its work. They changed, but they still live as if they have not changed. They grew, but they still speak to themselves like the same person who made the mistake. They became wiser, but their mind still calls them by old names. This is why sleep becomes difficult. The body is lying in the present, but the mind is locked in a courtroom built from yesterday. Tonight, you are allowed to leave that courtroom. You do not need to call every regret to the stand. You do not need to cross-examine every memory. You do not need to prove that you are better now by bleeding over who you used to be. Growth is not proven by self-attack. Growth is proven by the quiet decision to live differently. The Stoic way is to review the day before sleep with calm honesty, not cruelty. Ask what was done well. Ask what could be improved. Ask what should be released. Then close the matter. That last part is important. Close the matter. Do not keep the court open all night. Do not let one memory call another. Do not let shame bring in witnesses from 10 years ago. Do not allow your mind to turn a simple review into a sentence against your worth. Bedtime is not a courtroom. It is a place of return. It is where the body comes back from labor. It is where the breath becomes softer. It is where the heart should not have to defend itself. It is where the soul should be allowed to put down the files of the day and say, enough has been carried. If the past comes tonight, let it come as a teacher, not a prosecutor. Let it speak only long enough to offer wisdom. Then let it leave. You can honor the lesson without hosting the trial. You can remember what shaped you without reopening what wounded you. You can admit what happened without handing your sleep over to it. And slowly, as the night deepens, you may begin to feel the difference. The past is still part of your story, but it is no longer sitting above you like a judge. The memories may still exist, but they no longer need to testify. The old mistake may still be real, but it is no longer the ruler of your rest. Tonight you do not have to be the accused. You do not have to be the judge. You do not have to be the witness. You are allowed to be human. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to be learning. And most of all, you are allowed to sleep. And once you stop treating bedtime as a courtroom, something quieter begins to reveal itself. Because the past does not only return through old mistakes. Sometimes it returns through conversations that never truly ended, words you wanted to say, questions you never asked, apologies you never received, explanations that were denied to you, moments where someone walked away, changed the subject, misunderstood you, or left you holding the weight of everything unspoken. And when the room becomes silent, those unfinished conversations start speaking again. There is a special kind of heaviness that comes from words trapped inside the heart. During the day, you may keep moving. You may tell yourself it does not matter. You may say, I am fine. Because life does not stop just because someone failed to understand you. But at night, when the noise fades and the body lies still, the conversation returns, not always as clear sentences. Sometimes it returns as a tightness in the chest, sometimes as anger, sometimes as sadness, sometimes as one line you keep repeating in your mind, I should have said this. This is why unfinished conversations keep speaking inside you after the room is silent. The mind does not like open loops. It wants completion. It wants order. It wants the last word, not always out of pride, but because the nervous system feels unsafe when something important ends without understanding. When a conversation breaks off without peace, the mind keeps trying to finish it in private. It rewrites the scene. It chooses better words. It creates the perfect reply. It makes the other person finally listen. It gives you the apology you deserved. It gives you the courage you wish you had at the time. But there is a quiet danger here. The mind can confuse rehearsal with healing. It can believe that if it repeats the conversation enough times, the wound will close. But most of the time, the wound does not close through repetition. It stays open because every replay brings the body back into the same emotional room. The person may not be there. The conversation may be over. The day may have passed. But inside, you are still standing there, trying to be heard. The Stoics would ask you to look at this with honesty. What part of this conversation belongs to you, and what part does not? Your words belong to you. Your honesty belongs to you. Your self-control belongs to you. Your willingness to speak with dignity belongs to you. But whether someone understands, apologizes, admits the truth, changes their mind, or gives you closure does not belong fully to you. And if your peace depends on what is outside your control, your mind will keep begging at a door that may never open. That is why unfinished conversations become so loud at night. They often carry a hidden demand. I cannot rest until they understand me. I cannot relax until they admit what they did. I cannot move on until they explain why. I cannot be okay until the conversation ends the way I needed it to end. These feelings are human. They are not foolish, but they can become chains, because when your rest depends on another person's response, you hand your sleep to someone who may not even know they are holding it. Sometimes the conversation continues inside you because you were denied the chance to speak. Maybe you stayed quiet to keep peace. Maybe you were afraid of making things worse. Maybe the other person talked over you. Maybe they dismissed your feelings. Maybe you only understood your own pain after the moment had passed. So the mind tries to repair the silence by speaking later, again and again, in the dark. But the Stoic path is not to shame yourself for what you did not say. It is to understand why you could not say it then. There is a version of you that was doing the best it could with the strength it had. That version may have chosen silence because it felt safer. It may have frozen because the moment was too heavy. It may have swallowed words because it had learned that speaking honestly comes with consequences. Do not punish that version of yourself every night. Teach it gently. Strengthen it slowly. Let it know that the future can be different without turning the past into a battlefield. An unfinished conversation does not always need another person before it can close inside you. Sometimes closure begins when you finally tell yourself the truth. I was hurt. I was not heard. I wanted respect. I deserved honesty. I wish I had spoken more clearly. I cannot force them to understand. I can choose peace without receiving permission from them. These simple truths can calm the inner argument because they stop the mind from pretending the pain was nothing. Many people cannot sleep because they keep trying to win a conversation in their head that they lost in real life. But the goal of peace is not to win the old conversation. The goal is to stop living inside it. Winning in your mind will not always free you. Sometimes it only keeps you connected to the conflict. You may create the perfect speech. You may finally defeat them with logic. You may make them speechless in your thoughts. But when morning comes, the body is still tired, the heart is still tense, and the real world has not changed. This is how the mind spends energy on battles that cannot give it rest. The Stoic response is different. It does not say, you should not care. It says, care wisely. Care enough to learn from the conversation. Care enough to speak better next time. Care enough to set a boundary if one is needed. Care enough to stop abandoning yourself just to keep another person comfortable. But do not care in a way that destroys your night. Do not care in a way that makes another person's silence stronger than your own inner command. You can practice closing unfinished conversations before sleep with one quiet act of inner order. First, name what remained unsaid. Do not make it dramatic. Do not make it endless. Just name it. I wanted to explain myself. I wanted an apology. I wanted to be treated with respect. I wanted them to hear my side. Then ask, is there one wise action I can take tomorrow? If there is, choose it calmly. Maybe you will write a message. Maybe you will have a conversation. Maybe you will apologize. Maybe you will set a limit. Maybe you will simply decide not to reopen a door that keeps wounding you. But if there is no wise action for tomorrow, then the work is release. Not forced release, not pretending, not saying it did not matter. Real release means you stop giving the unfinished conversation the right to keep speaking all night. You can say, this conversation is unfinished, but my day is finished. This pain is real, but it does not own my sleep. I may not have been understood, but I can still return to myself. There is great strength in letting some conversations remain incomplete outside you while becoming complete inside you. Complete inside does not mean you got every answer. It means you have stopped needing the answer to breathe. It means you have accepted what the conversation showed you. It showed you who could listen. It showed you where your boundary was missing. It showed you what you still need to heal. It showed you what kind of respect you must no longer beg for. That is wisdom, and wisdom is a form of closure. At night, when the room is silent and those old words begin rising again, do not enter every argument. Do not return to every face. Do not build the whole scene from the beginning. Notice the urge, feel the pull. Then remind yourself, my peace is not waiting inside that conversation, because it is not. Your peace is waiting in the moment you stop sending your spirit back to be judged, ignored, or misunderstood again. The room is silent for a reason. It is not asking you to fill it with old voices. It is giving your mind a chance to hear something deeper than the conversation. Your own breath, your own presence, your own life, still here, still worthy, still able to rest, even without perfect closure. Some words may never be spoken. Some people may never understand. Some apologies may never arrive. Some endings may remain uneven. But your sleep does not have to be sacrificed on the altar of unfinished dialogue. You are allowed to close your eyes before every emotional account is settled. You are allowed to let the night protect you from conversations that daylight could not resolve. Tonight, if an unfinished conversation starts speaking inside you, listen only long enough to receive the lesson. Then lower the volume. Let the old words lose their sharpness. Let the silent room become a place of rest, not rehearsal. You do not need to keep answering people who are no longer speaking. You do not need to keep defending yourself before an absent audience. You do not need to keep carrying words that have already taken enough from you. The conversation may be unfinished, but you are not required to remain unfinished with it. You can gather your breath, soften your body, and return to the present moment. And in that quiet return, the mind begins to learn a new truth. Not every conversation needs to end perfectly before peace can begin. And after you begin to understand why unfinished conversations keep speaking inside you, another quiet truth appears. Those thoughts may not seem as heavy during the day. You may remember the same problem at noon and still keep moving. You may think about the same person, the same mistake, the same fear, and somehow it does not crush you. But when night comes, the same thought returns with a different weight. It feels larger, closer, more serious, more convincing, and you begin to wonder why your mind believes the darkness more than the daylight. There is a strange power that thoughts seem to gain at night. A small worry becomes a warning. A memory becomes a wound again. A simple uncertainty becomes a threat. A sentence someone said earlier begins to sound like proof. One delay, one silence, one mistake, one unfinished task suddenly feels like the beginning of something terrible. The thought may be the same thought you had during the day, but at night it wears a heavier face. This happens because daylight gives the mind many anchors. There are sounds, faces, movements, duties, messages, meals, work, and ordinary things that remind you that life is wider than one thought. During the day, your mind is surrounded by evidence that the world is still moving. You see people, you touch objects, you answer questions, you make choices, you feel the ground beneath your feet. All these little things quietly tell the brain, you are here, this moment is real, keep going. But at night, many of those anchors disappear. The room becomes still, the body is no longer moving, the eyes are closed or staring into darkness. There is less outside you to balance what is happening inside you. And when the outer world becomes small, the inner world can feel enormous. A single thought has more space to echo. A worry has fewer interruptions. A memory has more room to spread. It is like hearing one drop of water in a silent house. During the day, you may not notice it. At night, it sounds louder because everything else has gone quiet. This is the hidden reason your thoughts feel more powerful at night than they do in daylight. It is not always because they are true. It is often because they are alone with you. The Stoics would tell you to be careful with any thought that grows stronger only when your strength is lower. A thought that waits until you are tired, quiet, and emotionally open should not automatically be trusted. Night thoughts often arrive when the body has spent its energy, when the mind has less discipline, when the heart is more sensitive, and when the nervous system is looking for safety. At that hour, the mind can mistake intensity for truth. It says, "Because this feels heavy, it must be real." But feeling heavy is not the same as being true. This is one of the most important lessons of Stoic sleep. Do not measure the truth of a thought by how strongly it arrives. Fear can arrive strongly. Regret can arrive strongly. Shame can arrive strongly. Old pain can arrive strongly. But strength of feeling is not the same as strength of wisdom. A storm is loud, but it is not always the voice of truth. Sometimes it is only weather passing through the mind. At night, thoughts also feel more powerful because there is often nothing practical to do with them. During the day, if a problem appears, you may take action. You can make a call, send a message, write a list, step outside, speak to someone, fix a detail, move your body. But at night, action is limited. You cannot solve every issue from bed. You cannot force a reply. You cannot repair the past. You cannot make tomorrow reveal itself early. So the mind does the only thing it thinks it can do. It keeps thinking. But thinking without action can become a cage. The mind walks around the same problem, touching every side of it, hoping one more round will create peace. Yet because no real action is possible in that moment, the thought grows heavier. It has nowhere to go. It cannot become movement. It cannot become a decision. It cannot become repair. So it becomes pressure. This is why the Stoic asks, is there anything useful to do right now? Not tomorrow, not someday, right now. If the answer is yes, do the small thing calmly. Write a note, set a reminder, breathe, adjust what can be adjusted. But if the answer is no, then the thought does not need more thinking. It needs containment. It needs to be placed outside the sacred space of sleep. There is wisdom in saying, "This is not for this hour." Not because the problem is fake, not because your feelings do not matter, but because every concern has its proper time. The mind becomes disturbed when it drags tomorrow's work into tonight's rest. A farmer does not dig the soil at midnight because the seed worries him. A wise sailor does not fight a storm that has not reached the sea. A disciplined mind does not spend the sleeping hour trying to govern the waking hour. There is a time to act, and there is a time to recover the strength needed for action. Night thoughts also feel powerful because tiredness weakens perspective. When you are rested, you can hold many truths at once. You can say, "This was painful, but it is not the whole of my life. This mistake matters, but it does not define me. This uncertainty is uncomfortable, but I have survived uncertainty before." But when you are tired, the mind narrows. It may take one painful truth and make it the only truth. It forgets your resilience. It forgets your past victories. It forgets the people who love you. It forgets the times you thought you would not make it, and still did. A tired mind is not always a fair witness. This is why you must not let midnight become the place where you make final judgments about your life. Do not decide your worth at midnight. Do not decide your future while your body is pleading for rest. Do not judge your whole journey from the narrow window of one exhausted hour. The Stoic does not give the tired mind the authority to write the final sentence. When a thought feels too powerful at night, you can gently remind yourself, this thought is being filtered through tiredness. That one sentence can bring distance. It helps you understand that the thought may not be lying, but it may be enlarged. It may be carrying too much emotion. It may be missing context. It may be speaking from fear instead of reason. And once you see that, you can stop treating it like a king. There is another hidden reason night gives thoughts so much power. Darkness invites the mind inward. In the day, attention moves outward. At night, attention turns back toward the self. This can be beautiful when the mind is gentle. It can bring reflection, gratitude, prayer, peace, and self-knowledge. But when the mind is untrained, inward attention can become inward attack. You begin examining yourself without mercy. You look at your flaws, your delays, your regrets, your fears, your loneliness, and you forget to bring compassion with you. The Stoics practiced self-examination, but not self-destruction. They reviewed their actions, but they did not turn reflection into cruelty. They understood that the purpose of looking inward is to become freer, not heavier. So when your thoughts feel powerful at night, ask yourself, is this thought helping me see clearly, or is it making me suffer blindly? Clarity has a steady tone. Cruelty has a harsh one. Clarity may correct you, but it does not try to break you. Cruelty only accuses. You can learn to lower the power of night thoughts by bringing them back to proportion. A thought says, everything is falling apart. You answer, one thing feels uncertain. A thought says, I ruined everything. You answer, I made a mistake and I can learn. A thought says, no one understands me. You answer, I feel unseen right now, but this feeling is not my whole life. A thought says, I cannot handle tomorrow. You answer, I only have to meet the next moment when it comes. This is not pretending. This is returning the thought to its true size. Many sleepless nights are created by thoughts that have grown beyond their proper shape. The mind takes a concern and dresses it as a disaster. It takes a memory and dresses it as a sentence. It takes silence from someone else and dresses it as rejection. It takes uncertainty and dresses it as danger. Stoic wisdom removes the costume. It says, let me see this as it is, not as fear has painted it. And once the thought is seen clearly, it often loses its power. Tonight, when a thought feels stronger than it did in daylight, do not rush to believe it. Do not fight it with panic. Do not shame yourself for having it. Simply remember, the night can magnify what the day puts in perspective. Your body is tired. Your world is quiet. Your mind has fewer anchors. Your emotions are closer to the surface. This is not the time to surrender your peace to every loud idea. Let the thought pass through a Stoic question. What is true here? What is mine to do? What can wait until morning? If there is truth, keep the truth. If there is action, save the action for the proper time. If there is fear pretending to be wisdom, release the fear from leadership. You are not required to solve your life because darkness made a thought louder. You are not required to trust every worry because it arrived with force. You are not required to turn a tired feeling into a permanent belief. The night may make thoughts sound powerful, but your awareness is more powerful still. You can lie there, breathe softly, and remember that a thought is not stronger than the one who observes it. The darkness may deepen, the room may quiet, the mind may speak, but you do not have to bow. You can let the thought rise, let it soften, let it return to its true size. And as it loses its false power, sleep begins to feel possible again. Not because every problem has disappeared, but because you have stopped giving the night permission to exaggerate what your wiser self can face in the morning. And after you begin to see that night can make thoughts feel stronger than they truly are, another burden comes into view. Some of what keeps you awake is not even yours. Some of the heaviness in your chest was handed to you by people who never asked whether you had room to carry it. Their anger became your guilt. Their disappointment became your failure. Their silence became your punishment. Their chaos became your responsibility. And without noticing, you started lying down each night with a weight that did not begin in your own hands. There is a kind of tiredness that comes from living like everyone's emotions are your assignment. You feel responsible for making people comfortable. responsible for making sure no one is upset, responsible for explaining yourself until they are satisfied, responsible for fixing moods you did not create, responsible for carrying the tension in a room because others refuse to name it. And at first, this may look like kindness. It may look like maturity. It may look like strength. But deep inside, it becomes a quiet form of self-abandonment. This is why many people cannot sleep. Their body is in bed, but their mind is still walking through other people's feelings, trying to put everything back in order. Did I offend them? Are they angry with me? Should I have said more? Should I have said less? What if they think I do not care? What if they leave? What if I disappointed them? The thoughts feel personal, but often they are not rooted in your true responsibility. They are rooted in emotional weight you borrowed and then forgot to return. The Stoics would bring you back to a simple boundary: what belongs to you and what does not. This is not coldness. This is sanity. Your words belong to you. Your intentions belong to you. Your honesty belongs to you. Your self-control belongs to you. Your actions belong to you. But someone else's interpretation does not fully belong to you. Their mood does not fully belong to you. Their healing does not fully belong to you. Their reaction, their silence, their resentment, their refusal to understand, their choice to punish instead of speak clearly, these are not yours to carry all night. Real responsibility has a clean shape. It may be uncomfortable, but it is clear. If you lied, tell the truth. If you hurt someone, apologize. If you made a mistake, correct what you can. If you failed to keep a promise, take ownership. If you crossed a boundary, acknowledge it. This kind of responsibility may humble you, but it does not destroy you. It gives you a next step. It brings you back into alignment with your character. It says, "This part is mine. I will face it." But borrowed emotional weight feels different. It is cloudy. It has no clear end. It says, make them happy. Make them understand. Make them forgive you. Make them stop being distant. Make them stop judging. Make them see your heart. Make them become peaceful so you can finally rest. But you cannot control another person's inner world. You can influence it with kindness, truth, and patience, but you cannot own it. The moment you try to own it, you turn your peace into something another person has to approve. And that is a dangerous way to live. Because if your sleep depends on everyone being pleased with you, you will rarely sleep deeply. If your peace depends on everyone understanding your motives, you will spend your life explaining. If your worth depends on someone else's mood, you will keep changing shape to fit rooms that were never safe for your spirit. The Stoic does not live this way. The Stoic practices kindness without slavery, love without control, responsibility without self-erasure, care without carrying what belongs to another soul. There are people who will hand you their discomfort and call it your duty. They may not say it directly, but their behavior teaches you to feel guilty for their feelings. If they are angry, you rush to fix it. If they are quiet, you panic. If they are disappointed, you shrink. If they withdraw, you begin searching yourself for crimes. And slowly, you become trained to believe that every emotional shift around you is a message about your failure. But not every mood is your mirror. Some people are upset because of their own wounds. Some are silent because they do not know how to speak honestly. Some are cold because they use distance as control. Some are disappointed because they expected you to abandon yourself for them. Some are angry because you stopped being easy to manipulate. Some misunderstand you because understanding would require them to look at themselves. If you carry all of that as your responsibility, you will never know where you end and where others begin. This is where Stoic sleep becomes a practice of returning burdens. Before rest, the wise mind asks, what is truly mine here? Not, what feels heavy, because many things feel heavy that do not belong to you. Not, what am I afraid they think, because fear is not always truth. The question is, what part of this situation is within my character, my choice, my action, my correction? That is the only part you must hold. Everything else must be placed outside the door of the night. Maybe your responsibility is to speak with honesty tomorrow. Maybe it is to apologize without begging. Maybe it is to set a boundary without cruelty. Maybe it is to stop explaining to someone committed to misunderstanding you. Maybe it is to accept that you did your part and their response is now their own work. This is not giving up. This is emotional discipline. The mind will resist this at first because borrowed weight can feel familiar. If you grew up being praised for being easy, helpful, quiet, strong, or available, you may have learned to measure love by how much you carry. You may believe that putting down another person's emotional weight means you are selfish. But there is nothing selfish about refusing to suffer for what you cannot control. There is nothing unkind about allowing others to be responsible for their own reactions. There is nothing cruel about saying, I will love you, but I will not become the container for everything you refuse to process. This is a rare kind of freedom. It does not make you careless, it makes your care cleaner. When you stop carrying what is not yours, you have more strength for what truly is yours. You can show up with calm instead of resentment. You can help without secretly begging to be valued. You can apologize without destroying yourself. You can listen without absorbing. You can love without losing the border of your own soul. At night, this matters deeply, because the body cannot relax while the mind is holding invisible luggage from every person, every room, every conflict, every expectation. Sleep requires a kind of inner sorting. This belongs to me, this does not. This needs action, this needs release. This is guilt, this is responsibility, this is compassion, this is control disguised as care. This is fear pretending to be loyalty. Learn to sort the weight before sleep, and the mind begins to soften. You can say, I am responsible for the honesty of my words, not the comfort of everyone who hears them. You can say, I am responsible for my actions, not for rewriting myself to avoid someone's disappointment. You can say, I am responsible for making repair where repair is mine, but I am not responsible for carrying punishment forever. You can say, I can care about people without becoming the place where their emotions are stored. There is peace in returning burdens to their rightful owners, not with anger, not with bitterness, but with quiet firmness. You do not throw the weight back, you simply stop holding it. You let the other person have their feeling without making it your identity. You let them be upset without deciding you are guilty. You let them misunderstand without spending the whole night trying to perform innocence in your head. Tonight, ask yourself gently, what am I carrying that was never assigned to me by wisdom? Maybe it is someone's judgment. Maybe it is a family expectation. Maybe it is a friend's disappointment. Maybe it is the fear of being disliked. Maybe it is the pressure to keep peace at the cost of your own truth. See it clearly, name it softly, then place it down. Your real responsibilities will not disappear when you rest. They will be waiting in the morning, clearer, smaller, and easier to face with a steady mind. But the borrowed weight will begin to lose its power once you stop calling it duty. You were not made to be the night guard of everyone's emotions. You were not made to hold the whole room together while falling apart inside. You were not made to lose sleep over feelings that others refuse to carry for themselves. You are allowed to be kind and still be free. You are allowed to care and still be at peace. You are allowed to put down what does not belong to you. And as you do, the mind learns a new kind of rest. Not the rest that comes because everyone is pleased. Not the rest that comes because every relationship is perfect, but the deeper rest that comes when your soul finally understands. I will carry what is mine with courage, and I will release what was never mine with wisdom. And after you begin to separate your true responsibilities from the emotional weight you borrowed from others, another door opens quietly. Because some of the heaviest weight you carry at night does not come from people around you now. It comes from moments that have already passed, things that were said, things that were done, things you wish had gone differently, things you still argue with in your mind, as if enough resistance could force yesterday to become kinder. There is a pain that grows stronger when the heart keeps fighting a closed door. The event is over, but the argument continues. The moment has passed, but the mind keeps standing in front of it, demanding a different outcome. You replay what happened, not only to understand it, but to challenge it. It should not have happened. They should not have said that. I should have known. Life should have been fairer. That door should not have closed. And while every part of you longs for rest, the mind keeps wrestling with something that no longer has hands to wrestle back. This is why the Stoics believed peace begins when you stop arguing with what has already happened. Not because what happened was right, not because it did not hurt, not because you must call pain good, but because fighting reality after it has already arrived only deepens the wound. The first pain is what happened. The second pain is the war you continue to have with the fact that it happened. Many people confuse acceptance with approval. They think accepting the past means saying, it was okay. But acceptance does not mean that. Acceptance means, it happened, and I will stop destroying my present by demanding that it did not. This is not weakness. This is one of the highest forms of inner strength. It takes courage to look at something painful and say, I cannot undo this, but I can decide what it does to me now. The Stoics were not teaching people to become cold. They were teaching people to stop giving the past more power than it already took. If someone betrayed you, the betrayal was painful enough. Must it also take your sleep every night? If you made a mistake, the mistake had consequences enough. Must it also become a life sentence in your mind? If a season of your life broke your trust, must it continue living inside you as the ruler of every quiet hour? At some point, peace requires you to ask, how long will I keep paying for this with my rest? The mind argues with the past because it wants control. It believes that if it studies the pain long enough, it can finally master it. It believes that if it replays the moment enough times, it can discover the one detail that would have changed everything. It believes that if it stays angry, alert and tense, it will never be caught off guard again. But this is not control. This is the past using your attention as fuel. When you argue with what has already happened, you are giving life to something that has already finished in time, but not yet finished in your nervous system. The body lies in the present, but the mind travels backward. The room is quiet, but inside, the old scene is still loud. You are no longer there, yet your thoughts keep returning you there. And each return teaches the body to feel the event again, as if it is still happening. This is why some people wake up tired before the next day even begins. They spent the night living in a place they cannot change. The Stoic way is to stop asking the past to become different and start asking the present what it needs from you. This shift is everything. Instead of saying, why did this happen, forever, you begin to ask, what kind of person must I become after this? Instead of saying, how could they do that? Forever, you begin to ask, what boundary must I now honor? Instead of saying, why did I not know better? Forever, you begin to ask, what wisdom do I now have that I did not have then? These questions do not erase pain, but they return power to your hands. Arguing with the past keeps your power trapped in a moment where it can no longer act. Learning from the past brings your power back into the only place it can move, now. The Stoics care deeply about action, but only action within your control. You cannot act inside yesterday. You can only suffer there. But you can act today. You can choose your response. You can choose your next habit. You can choose the meaning you give the wound. You can choose not to become bitter. You can choose not to repeat the pattern. You can choose not to let one chapter define the whole book. This is why acceptance is not passive. It is active wisdom. It is the moment you stop spending your strength on resistance and begin using it for repair, growth, and peace. It is the moment you stop saying, "This should not be my story," and begin saying, "This is part of my story, but it is not the end of my story." That difference can change a life. At night, the argument with the past often comes dressed as justice. The mind says, "If I stop thinking about it, I am letting them win. If I stop being angry, I am saying it did not matter. If I sleep peacefully, maybe I have forgiven too easily." But peace is not a reward you give to those who hurt you. Peace is the shelter you give to yourself. Your sleeplessness does not punish the person who wronged you. Your tension does not rewrite the moment. Your suffering does not make the past more accountable. It only keeps you tied to what wounded you. You can remember without remaining chained. You can care without continuing the war. You can seek justice where justice is possible, but still refuse to let your mind become a prison cell. The Stoics would say that your character is your true territory. Guard that. Do not let the past turn you into someone ruled by bitterness, suspicion, or endless regret. Do not let old pain decide the tone of your inner life. There is a quiet sentence that can begin to loosen the argument. This happened, and now I must live wisely. Not, this happened, and I must suffer forever. Not, this happened, and nothing good can remain. Not, this happened, and I am ruined. No, this happened, and now I must live wisely. That is the Stoic response. It honors the truth without bowing to despair. It accepts reality without surrendering dignity. It allows pain to be pain, but refuses to make pain the master. When you practice this, the mind slowly learns that it does not need to keep reopening the old event to prove that it mattered. It mattered. You know it mattered, but now it must become wisdom, not a nightly sentence. Tonight, if your mind starts arguing with what has already happened, do not join every debate. Do not gather evidence against life. Do not call the same witnesses again. Do not return to the same scene hoping that pain will finally become fair if you stare at it long enough. Instead, place your hand gently on the present. Feel the bed under your body. Feel the breath entering and leaving. Remind yourself, I am here now. That moment is not happening now. I can learn from it without living inside it. The past may still knock. Let it knock. But you do not have to open the door and sit with it until morning. You can say, I have heard you. I have learned what I can for tonight. The rest belongs to time, not to my sleep. This is how peace begins, not when the past becomes painless, not when every memory disappears, not when every person admits what they did. Peace begins when you stop needing the past to change before you allow your body to rest. Peace begins when you stop arguing with a moment that has already spent itself. Peace begins when you choose to stand in the present with the little strength you still have and say, I will not keep losing tonight to yesterday. And as that argument softens, the mind becomes less like a battlefield and more like a quiet room again. The past may remain part of your life, but it no longer has to be the voice that speaks the loudest before sleep. You can let what happened be finished in time, even if healing is still unfolding inside you. You can stop fighting the fact of it and start caring for the part of you that survived it. That is where rest returns. Not through denial, not through force, but through the gentle courage to stop wrestling with what cannot be changed and begin protecting what still can be healed. And after you stop arguing with what has already happened, the next quiet lesson begins. Because the past does not always return as an argument, sometimes it returns as a memory, a single scene, a face, a place, a sentence, a feeling in the body. And if the mind is not careful, one painful memory can begin to feel like the whole story of who you are. It no longer feels like something that happened to you. It begins to feel like you. There are memories that do not enter gently. They arrive with weight. They sit in the chest before they form words. They change the way you breathe. They make the room feel smaller. They remind you of who you were, what you lost, what you survived, what you regret, or what someone made you feel. And when they come at night, they can feel so close that the mind forgets one important truth. A memory is a visitor, not your name. This is where many people lose themselves. They do not only remember pain, they become the pain again. They do not only remember rejection, they become the rejected one again. They do not only remember failure, they become the failed one again. They do not only remember betrayal, they become the betrayed one again. The memory stops being a scene from the past and becomes an identity the mind wears in the present. But the Stoics would ask you to pause before you put on that identity. They would remind you that what happened is real, but it is not the whole of you. The memory may be part of your story, but it is not the author of your life. It may explain why you became guarded, why you became quiet, why you became careful, why you learned to expect disappointment, why you sometimes find it hard to trust rest. But explanation is not destiny. What shaped you does not have to own you. A painful memory becomes dangerous when the mind turns it into a conclusion. This happened, so I am not safe. This happened, so I am not worthy. This happened, so people always leave. This happened, so I ruin everything. This happened, so peace is not for me. The memory itself may be painful, but the conclusion attached to it can become heavier than the event. The event wounded you once. The conclusion wounds you repeatedly. Stoic wisdom begins by separating the event from the meaning you have attached to it. This is not easy, but it is freeing. The event says, "That moment happened." The meaning may say, "That moment defines me." The event says, "Someone hurt me." The meaning may say, "I am someone who deserves hurt." The event says, "I failed at something." The meaning may say, "I am a failure." The event says, "I was abandoned." The meaning may say, "I am impossible to stay with." One is fact. The other is a wound trying to explain itself. And tonight, you do not need to accept every explanation pain has written inside you. To let a painful memory pass through the mind, you must first stop grabbing it as proof of your identity. When it comes, do not say, "This is me." Say, "This is a memory moving through me." That small change creates space. It reminds the mind that you are the place where the memory appears, not the memory itself. You are the sky, not the passing storm. You are the room, not the echo. You are the witness, not the old wound. At night, this practice becomes even more important because memories can feel alive in the dark. The body may react as if the past is present. The heart may race. The stomach may tighten. The face may grow warm. The throat may feel closed. And because the body responds strongly, the mind thinks, "This must still be happening." But often the body is not telling you that the danger is here. It is telling you that something old has been touched. So breathe slowly and bring yourself back to the present, not with force, not by yelling at the mind to stop, but by reminding the body where it is. I am here. I am in this room. This is tonight. That was then. I survived that moment. I do not need to become it again. These words may sound simple, but they help the nervous system understand that memory is not reality returning. It is only the mind showing an old picture. A painful memory wants attention, but it does not always need control. It may need kindness. It may need truth. It may need a moment of recognition, but it does not need the throne. You can let it pass through without letting it sit above your life like a ruler. You can say, I see you. I know why you hurt. But you are not the whole story. This is how the memory begins to lose its grip. Some people try to heal painful memories by pushing them away. They tell themselves, do not think about it, forget it, be strong. But what is pushed away often returns louder. The Stoic way is not denial. It is calm observation. You allow the memory to appear without feeding it a new identity. You look at it without bowing to it. You let it speak without letting it define the room. There is a difference between remembering and reliving. Remembering says, that happened. Reliving says, I am trapped there again. Remembering allows wisdom to rise. Reliving keeps the body inside the old pain. Remembering can be steady. Reliving is consuming. The goal is not to erase memory. The goal is to stop being dragged into it as if no time has passed. And one of the strongest ways to do this is to return to character. The Stoics cared deeply about character because character is where freedom lives. You may not control what memory appears tonight, but you can control how you meet it. You can meet it with panic, or you can meet it with patience. You can meet it with shame, or you can meet it with truth. You can meet it as a victim of the past, or you can meet it as someone learning how to become free from the past's final word. Ask yourself gently, what virtue is this memory asking from me now? Maybe it is asking for courage, not to fight the memory, but to stop hiding from it. Maybe it is asking for wisdom, to see what happened without exaggerating what it means about you. Maybe it is asking for self-control, to not follow the memory into hours of replay. Maybe it is asking for compassion toward the version of you who had to live through it. When a painful memory is met with virtue, it stops being only a wound. It becomes a place where strength can grow. This does not mean the memory suddenly becomes pleasant. Some things hurt because they mattered. Some things leave marks because they reached deep. But a mark is not the same as a master. A scar may remain, but it does not have to give orders. You can carry evidence that you survived without turning survival into your entire identity. The mind may say, but this changed me. And maybe it did, but change is not the same as ruin. You may have become more careful, more aware, more sensitive, more protective of your peace, more honest about what you need, more unwilling to accept certain kinds of treatment. Pain can change you, but wisdom can decide what that change becomes. Without wisdom, pain becomes bitterness. With wisdom, pain can become depth. Without awareness, memory becomes identity. With awareness, memory becomes testimony. And testimony simply says, I was there and I lived. Tonight, when a painful memory comes, do not chase it and do not run from it. Let it move through you like something passing across the surface of the mind. Notice the images, the feelings, the old meanings. Then gently loosen your grip. You do not have to complete the story. You do not have to solve the whole past before sleeping. You do not have to understand every detail of why it still hurts. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let the memory pass without building a house around it. You can tell yourself, this is a memory, not my identity. This is pain, not my name. This is part of my past, not the whole truth of my life. Repeat it slowly if you need to. Let the words enter the body. Let them remind you that the self is larger than any single wound. Because you are not only what happened, you are also what endured. You are also what learned. You are also what refused to disappear. You are also the quiet strength that made it here, to this night, to this breath, to this chance to rest. And as the memory moves through, let it leave without demanding that it explain your entire existence. Let it be one page, not the whole book. Let it be a shadow, not the sky. Let it be a visitor, not the owner of the house. The past may have touched you, but it does not get to rename you. This is how a painful memory passes through the mind without becoming your identity. You stop becoming the old scene. You stop wearing the wound as your face. You stop letting one chapter speak for the whole life. And in that gentle separation, the mind begins to soften. The body begins to understand that the past is not happening now. And sleep becomes possible, not because you forgot, but because you remembered who you are beyond what hurt you. And after you learn to let a painful memory pass without becoming your identity, you begin to notice another pattern in the quiet. The mind does not only replay old pain, it also replays problems, unfinished matters, unclear decisions, things you cannot fix from your bed, things that need time, daylight, conversation, money, courage, or information you do not yet have. And still, the brain keeps returning to them, as if one more round of thinking will open a locked door tonight. There is a certain kind of mental tiredness that comes from trying to solve what this hour was never meant to solve. The body is asking for sleep, but the brain keeps placing the same problem in front of you. It turns it over. It studies it. It adds fear to it. It brings old mistakes into it. It creates possible endings. It prepares for conversations that have not happened. It builds disasters that may never arrive. And before long, the night becomes a workshop where nothing is repaired, but everything becomes heavier. This is why your brain keeps replaying problems it cannot solve tonight. Not because it hates you, not because you are weak, not because you lack discipline, but because the brain was designed to protect you, and sometimes it mistakes repetition for protection. It believes that if it keeps the problem close, you will be safer. It believes that if it keeps searching, maybe it will find the missing answer. It believes that if it refuses to rest, it is being responsible. But the painful truth is this: a tired mind often cannot solve what a rested mind could handle with calm. The Stoics understood the danger of wasting strength on what cannot be acted upon. They believed that wisdom begins when you separate concern from control. Concern says, "This matters." Control asks, "What can I do now?" Many people stop at concern and drown there. They keep repeating, "This matters, this matters, this matters," but they never ask whether this moment is the right place for action. And when there is no action available, concern turns into rumination. Rumination feels like thinking, but it is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom moves toward clarity. Rumination moves in circles. Wisdom asks useful questions. Rumination repeats painful ones. Wisdom looks for the next right step. Rumination looks for total certainty. Wisdom knows when to pause. Rumination fears rest because it thinks rest means danger. This is one of the hidden reasons problems replay at night. The brain wants certainty before it gives you permission to sleep. It says, "Once I know what will happen, I will rest. Once I know what they meant, I will rest. Once I know how tomorrow will go, I will rest. Once I know I will not fail, I will rest." But life does not work that way. Certainty is not always available before sleep. Sometimes the only thing available is trust, discipline, and the decision to stop feeding a problem that cannot be solved in the dark. A problem that cannot be solved tonight should not be allowed to become tonight's ruler. This does not mean you ignore your responsibilities. It means you respect the proper timing of responsibility. If something requires a phone call, it belongs to tomorrow. If something requires someone else's answer, it belongs to time. If something requires money you do not have in this hour, it belongs to planning, not panic. If something requires healing, it belongs to patience. If something requires courage, it belongs to the next honest action, not endless rehearsal. The mind becomes calmer when every problem is returned to its proper place. Some things belong to action, some belong to acceptance, some belong to waiting, some belong to prayer, some belong to conversation, some belong to the morning. But when the tired mind tries to hold them all at once, it turns life into a storm. At night, the brain often replays problems because it is afraid that if it stops thinking, you will forget. This is why writing something down can feel strangely peaceful. Not because the problem is solved, but because the brain no longer feels it must stay awake to guard it. A simple sentence can help. Tomorrow, I will look at this with a rested mind. Or, this needs action but not tonight. Or, I do not have the full answer yet. These words create a container. They tell the brain, you do not have to keep throwing this at me. I have seen it. I will return to it when I have strength. The Stoic does not worship urgency. The Stoic respects reality. And reality says that the midnight mind is not always the wisest mind. The midnight mind is emotional. It is tired. It has fewer tools. It has less patience. It is more likely to exaggerate threats and underestimate your strength. It may take a problem that needs one practical step and turn it into a prophecy of ruin. It may take a delay and call it failure. It may take uncertainty and call it danger. It may take someone's silence and call it rejection. But not every problem grows because it is serious. Some problems grow because they are being held by an exhausted mind. This is why sleep is not the enemy of problem solving. Sleep is part of problem solving. Rest gives the mind its sharpness back. Rest restores proportion. Rest gives the body the strength to take action. Rest returns patience to the heart. Many answers do not come because you force them at night. They come because you stop choking the mind with pressure and allow wisdom to rise in its own time. There is a humility in saying, I cannot solve this tonight. It may sound small, but it is powerful. It means you are no longer pretending to be in control of every hour, every outcome, every person, every possibility. It means you understand your limits without hating yourself for having them. It means you are willing to let tomorrow do what tonight cannot do. The restless brain does not like limits. It wants to solve the whole life at once. But the Stoic heart learns to live one rightful action at a time, not the whole future, not every possible outcome, not every imagined disaster, just the next thing that belongs to you. And if the next thing cannot be done until morning, then the most responsible action tonight may be to sleep. That is hard for people who have learned to confuse exhaustion with devotion. Some people believe that if they suffer over a problem long enough, it proves they care. If they lose sleep, it proves they are responsible. If they replay every possibility, it proves they are prepared. But suffering is not always service. Sometimes it is only fear wearing the clothes of duty. You can care deeply and still rest. You can be responsible and still close your eyes. You can take life seriously without turning your bed into a planning room for every possible sorrow. When the brain begins replaying a problem, ask it gently, are you giving me a solution, or are you giving me another circle? If it gives a solution, receive it. If it gives a next step, write it down and release it. But if it gives only another circle, do not follow. You have walked that circle enough for tonight. You are allowed to step out of it. A thought may say, but what if something goes wrong? And you can answer, then I will meet it when it becomes real. A thought may say, but what if I am not ready? And you can answer, Rest is part of becoming ready. A thought may say, "But I need to know now." And you can answer, "Needing certainty does not create certainty." A thought may say, "Keep thinking." And you can answer, "No, I have given this enough of my night." There is deep strength in that refusal, not a harsh refusal, not anger toward your mind, but the gentle firmness of someone protecting their own peace. You are not attacking the brain for trying to protect you. You are teaching it a better way. You are saying, "Thank you for trying to keep me safe, but this method is hurting me. We will face what is real when the time for action comes. For now, we rest." This is how the brain learns trust. Not trust that life will be perfect, not trust that problems will vanish, but trust that you do not need to bleed energy into every concern before it can be handled. Trust that morning has its own strength. Trust that a rested mind is not a careless mind. Trust that some answers require light, time, and calm. Tonight, let the unsolved problem remain unsolved without becoming a punishment. Let it sit outside the door of sleep. Let the mind stop carrying tools it cannot use in this hour. Let the body return to the present. The breath is here. The bed is here. The night is here. And this moment is not asking you to fix the whole future. It is asking you to gather strength for it. Your brain may keep offering the same problem, but you do not have to keep accepting the invitation. You can notice it, name it, and return it to tomorrow. You can say, "This matters, but not like this. This deserves wisdom, not panic. This deserves a rested mind, not a frightened one." And slowly, the loop begins to loosen. The problem may still exist, but it no longer owns the night. The question may still be unanswered, but it no longer commands your body to stay tense. The future may still be uncertain, but you are no longer trying to force it open before morning. This is the Stoic way of meeting unsolved problems. Hold what belongs to you, release what does not belong to this hour, and trust that rest is not avoidance. Rest is preparation. Rest is strength returning. Rest is the mind laying down its useless tools until the proper time comes to use them. And after you understand why the brain keeps replaying problems it cannot solve tonight, the next lesson is to stop letting every thought wander freely through the house of your mind, because the mind becomes restless when everything is allowed to sit everywhere. A worry about tomorrow lies beside a memory from 10 years ago. A regret stands next to a responsibility. A fear disguises itself as wisdom. A small task becomes a heavy prophecy. And before long, the night is crowded with thoughts that were never meant to sleep in the same room with you. There is a quiet kind of peace that begins when every thought is given its proper place, not denied, not attacked, not forced away, simply placed where it belongs. The Stoics understood that the mind suffers when it gives equal importance to everything that appears inside it. A passing fear receives the same attention as a real duty. A painful memory receives the same authority as present truth. A future possibility receives the same weight as a present fact. This is how the mind becomes confused. It does not only think too much, it fails to sort what it thinks. Before sleep, the mind needs order, not more pressure. It needs a gentle inner discipline that says, "This belongs here, that belongs there. This is mine, that is not mine. This is for tomorrow, that is already gone. This needs action, that needs acceptance. This is a feeling, that is a fact." When thoughts are not sorted, they begin to rule by noise. But when they are placed correctly, they lose the power to crowd your rest. A thought about the past belongs in the place of learning, not punishment. If it comes to show you something true, receive the lesson. If it comes only to make you bleed again, it has left its proper place. A memory is allowed to teach you, but it is not allowed to judge your whole life. It may say, Be wiser next time. It may say, do not ignore that sign again. It may say, you needed more courage, more patience, more honesty. But once the lesson is clear, the memory must be returned to the shelf. It does not belong in your bed. It does not belong in your breathing. It does not belong in the final hour before sleep, standing over you like a judge. A thought about tomorrow belongs in the place of preparation, not fear. If tomorrow requires something from you, write it down. Make the simple plan. Choose the next right action. Then stop. A task becomes heavier when the mind keeps touching it after the plan is made. The Stoic does not prepare by panicking. The Stoic prepares by seeing clearly, choosing calmly and resting when action is no longer possible. If a thought says, do not forget this, give it a place on paper. If it says, you must solve the whole future now, recognize that it has moved from preparation into control. A thought about another person belongs in the place of compassion, not possession. You may care about them. You may wish they understood you. You may hope they heal, change, apologize, return, listen, or soften. But their inner world is not your property. Their emotions do not belong inside your chest all night. Their silence does not belong beside your pillow as a sentence against your worth. Their opinion does not belong on the throne of your mind. Give them their proper place. They are people you may love, respect, forgive, or release. But they are not the owners of your sleep. A thought about your own mistake belongs in the place of responsibility, not shame. Responsibility has hands. It can repair. It can apologize. It can change behavior. It can make a different choice next time. Shame has no hands. It only sits heavily on the soul and says, you are bad. You are finished. You are not enough. The Stoic practice is to take the useful part and leave the poison. If you must correct something, correct it. If you must learn something, learn it. If you must humble yourself, humble yourself. But do not let shame pretend to be growth. Shame will keep you awake and call it moral discipline. But real discipline leads you back to wisdom, not into endless self-attack. A thought about fear belongs in the place of caution, not command. Fear can sometimes point to something that needs attention, but fear is a terrible ruler. It exaggerates, it rushes, it speaks in extremes. It turns one possibility into certainty. It turns one delay into disaster. It turns one awkward moment into rejection. Before sleep, fear must be listened to lightly, not obeyed blindly. Ask it, are you warning me of something real, or are you searching for certainty that no human being can have tonight? If it has useful information, keep the information. If it only brings panic, place it outside the door. This is the practice. Every thought must be sorted by its nature. Is it a fact, or is it a story? Is it a duty, or is it a feeling? Is it a lesson, or is it a punishment? Is it a plan, or is it a fear? Is it in your control, or is it asking you to control what no one can control? Without these questions, the mind becomes a room where every voice speaks at once. With these questions, the mind becomes a quiet table where each thought is seen, named, and placed. The Stoics believed that peace comes from inner government, not control over the world, but order within the self. A person without inner order is pulled by every thought, every mood, every memory, every fear, every opinion. But a person with inner order can say, you may enter my awareness, but you may not take over my life. This is not harshness. It is protection. It is the soul learning to guard the doorway before sleep. Tonight, before you rest, you can practice this gently. Let the thoughts come one by one. Do not rush to fight them. Do not invite them to multiply. Simply notice them. A worry appears. Place it in tomorrow, if tomorrow is where action belongs. A regret appears. Place it in the lesson, if the lesson has already been received. A fear appears. Place it under examination, not obedience. A memory appears. Place it in the past, not in your identity. Someone's emotion appears. Place it back with its rightful owner. A task appears. Place it on a list, not in your nervous system. You are not throwing thoughts away. You are returning them to their proper rooms. This matters because the mind often becomes loud when thoughts are homeless. A homeless thought wanders. It knocks on every door. It enters rest, enters memory, enters fear, enters the body, enters the breath. It turns into tension because it has no place to settle. But once a thought is given a place, the mind feels safer. It says, "This has been seen, this has been named, this has been handled as much as this hour allows." That is often enough for the body to begin softening. Many people wait for their thoughts to disappear before they sleep. But sometimes sleep comes not when thoughts disappear, but when thoughts are properly arranged. The mind does not need emptiness as much as it needs order. A peaceful room can still contain furniture. It only becomes stressful when everything is scattered across the floor. In the same way, a peaceful mind may still contain responsibilities, memories, plans and emotions. But they must not all lie on top of each other. Before sleep, tell yourself, the past belongs to learning. The future belongs to preparation. Other people belong to themselves. My actions belong to me. My body belongs to rest. My mind belongs to peace. Let these words become a quiet sorting. Let them help you stop mixing what must be separated. This is not something you master in one night. It is a practice. The mind may pick things back up. It may return tomorrow's worry to your chest. It may pull an old memory off the shelf. It may bring someone's opinion back into the room. When that happens, do not get angry. Simply place it again. This is how discipline is built. Not through force, but through repetition. Again and again, you return each thought to where it belongs. And slowly, the mind learns. It learns that not every thought belongs in bed with you. It learns that not every feeling deserves the final word of the night. It learns that not every concern needs to be carried in the body. It learns that you can care without clinging, remember without reliving, prepare without panicking, and take responsibility without punishing yourself. This is the Stoic practice of giving every thought a proper place before sleep. It is the art of mental order. It is the quiet courage to say, "I see you, but you will not rule this hour." It is the wisdom to stop letting the mind become a crowded room when the body is asking for rest. Tonight, let every thought return to its rightful place. Let the past step back into yesterday. Let tomorrow wait beyond the morning. Let other people carry what belongs to them. Let your real duties become clear and small. Let fear lose its costume of authority. Let the body have the night. Let the breath have space. Let the mind stop hosting every visitor that knocks. And when each thought is placed where it belongs, something inside begins to unclench. The night becomes less crowded. The silence becomes less threatening. The body no longer has to sleep beneath a pile of unsorted burdens. Peace enters slowly, not as a sudden miracle, but as order returning to the inner world. And in that order, sleep finally finds a place to land. And after you learn to give every thought its proper place before sleep, another mistake becomes easier to see. The mind does not only suffer because thoughts appear, it suffers because it gives noisy thoughts the voice of wisdom. It hears pressure and calls it insight. It hears fear and calls it preparation. It hears overthinking and calls it intelligence. It hears inner chaos and believes, "This must be my deeper self trying to protect me." But not every loud thought is wise. Not every restless feeling is truth. Not every mental storm deserves to be trusted. There is a painful kind of confusion that happens when the mind becomes too busy to hear what is actually clear. You lie down, hoping for rest, but the noise begins. One thought becomes 10. One concern becomes a whole future. One memory becomes a judgment. One small uncertainty becomes a warning. And because the mind is working so hard, you may believe something important is happening. You may think, maybe this is wisdom. Maybe I am seeing things clearly. Maybe this is my mind helping me understand. But often, it is not wisdom. It is only noise wearing the mask of seriousness. This is one of the most dangerous tricks of an anxious mind. It can make suffering feel productive. It can make panic feel responsible. It can make endless thinking feel like maturity. You may spend hours turning the same issue around, and because you are exhausted afterward, you believe you have done something meaningful. But exhaustion is not proof of wisdom. A spinning wheel also moves, but it does not travel anywhere. The Stoics would ask you to look at the fruit of the thought. What does it produce in you? Does it produce steadiness, courage, honesty, patience, and clear action? Or does it produce fear, pressure, self-attack, suspicion, and more confusion? Wisdom may challenge you, but it does not scatter you. Wisdom may correct you, but it does not crush you. Wisdom may ask you to take responsibility, but it does not demand that you punish yourself all night. Mental noise, on the other hand, leaves the soul more tangled than before. Real wisdom usually has a calm center. Even when it points to something difficult, it carries a certain quietness. It says, "This is what must be faced." It does not scream. It does not rush you into fear. It does not create 10 imaginary disasters to force your obedience. It does not need to keep repeating itself with violence. It simply waits to be recognized. Mental noise is different. Mental noise pressures. It interrupts. It repeats without deepening. It demands attention but offers no peace. It makes you feel that if you stop listening, something terrible will happen. That feeling is not always truth. Sometimes it is only the mind addicted to urgency. Many people confuse mental noise with wisdom because they were taught that worry means care. If they worry about family, they think they are loving. If they worry about work, they think they are responsible. If they worry about the future, they think they are preparing. If they worry about mistakes, they think they are becoming better. But worry does not become wisdom simply because the subject matters. You can care without destroying your nervous system. You can be responsible without rehearsing disaster. You can learn from mistakes without making shame your teacher. The Stoic way is not careless silence. It is disciplined clarity. It asks, what is the truth? What is within my control? What action belongs to me? What can wait? What must be accepted? These questions cut through noise because they bring the mind back to reality. Mental noise loves vague fear. It says, something is wrong. Wisdom asks, what exactly is wrong? Mental noise says, everything may fall apart. Wisdom asks, what is the next right thing? Mental noise says, you should have done better. Wisdom asks, what lesson will guide you now? Notice the difference. Noise expands the wound. Wisdom extracts the lesson. At night, mental noise often becomes stronger because the mind is tired and the body is still. The brain begins offering thoughts with great emotional force. It says, think about this now. Solve this now. Understand this now. Protect yourself now. But the Stoic does not obey every mental command. The Stoic examines. A thought may be urgent, but urgency does not make it wise. A thought may be painful, but pain does not make it true. A thought may be repeated many times, but repetition does not make it important. Sometimes the mind repeats a thought not because it is wise, but because it is unresolved, fearful, or familiar. This is why you must learn to test your thoughts before trusting them. Ask, does this thought lead to action or only agitation? If it leads to action, it may contain wisdom. If it only leads to more agitation, it may be noise. Ask, does this thought help me become more virtuous, or does it only make me afraid? If it calls you toward honesty, courage, patience, or self-control, listen carefully. If it only makes you feel trapped, helpless, and ashamed, do not call it wisdom too quickly. Ask, is this thought based on what is real or on what I fear could become real? Many night thoughts are built not from facts, but from shadows. There is a difference between a warning and a torment. A warning comes with a simple message. It points to something specific. It says, be careful here. Correct this. Prepare for that. Do not ignore this pattern. A torment has no ending. It keeps changing shape. Even when you answer it, it asks another question. Even when you reassure yourself, it creates another threat. Even when you find a solution, it whispers, but what if that is not enough? Wisdom does not behave like that. Wisdom helps you stand. Torment keeps you kneeling. To stop confusing mental noise with wisdom, you must stop honoring every thought with deep attention. Some thoughts are not invitations. Some are passing echoes. Some are nervous habits. Some are old fears repeating the only language they know. If you sit with everyone as if it is a sacred message, your mind will never rest. You must learn to say, this thought is loud, but it is not leading me anywhere. That sentence is not denial. It is discernment. Discernment is the ability to know what deserves your inner energy. Without it, the mind becomes a marketplace where every voice sells something. Fear sells protection. Shame sells correction. Anger sells power. Regret sells redemption. Anxiety sells certainty. But many of these sellers cannot give what they promise. Fear does not always protect you. Shame does not always improve you. Anger does not always strengthen you. Anxiety does not always prepare you. Sometimes they only drain the life out of the hour you are living. The Stoic learns to buy nothing from panic. This does not mean you ignore your thoughts. It means you treat them as impressions, not commands. An impression appears. You examine it. You do not immediately surrender to it. You ask whether it is true, useful, fair, and within your control. You ask whether it belongs to this hour. You ask whether it serves the kind of person you are trying to become. If it does not, you let it pass. You do not need to fight it. You do not need to insult yourself for having it. You simply refuse to crown it as wisdom. At bedtime, this becomes a sacred practice. The mind may start talking about your failures, your future, your relationships, your fears, your responsibilities. Let it speak for a moment, but do not bow too quickly. Listen for the tone. Wisdom is firm but clean. Noise is heavy and restless. Wisdom gives direction. Noise creates loops. Wisdom brings you closer to truth. Noise drags you into emotional fog. Wisdom can be written in one clear sentence. Noise needs 1,000 sentences and still does not finish. So when a thought comes tonight, ask, can this be made simple? If it is wisdom, it can usually become simple. Apologize tomorrow. Rest now. Do not repeat that pattern. Tell the truth. Let them think what they think. Prepare in the morning. This is not yours to carry. But if the thought refuses simplicity, if it keeps multiplying until your chest tightens and your mind feels trapped, it may not be wisdom. It may be fear trying to keep itself alive. There is peace in learning that your deepest wisdom is not always the loudest voice inside you. Often wisdom is the quiet voice beneath the noise. It does not beg for attention. It waits. It speaks with fewer words. It does not need panic to prove itself. It does not shame you into obedience. It does not turn your bed into a battlefield. It simply reminds you of what is true, what is yours, what can wait, and what must be released. Tonight, stop mistaking the volume of a thought for the value of a thought. Stop calling every restless loop insight. Stop treating every anxious warning as prophecy. Stop believing that because your mind is busy, it is being wise. A crowded mind is not always a clear mind. A loud thought is not always a true thought. A painful idea is not always a useful one. Let wisdom be quiet. Let truth be simple. Let the mind settle enough to hear the difference. If a thought brings clarity, keep the clarity. If it brings responsibility, keep the responsibility. If it brings a lesson, keep the lesson. But if it brings only pressure, fear, shame, and another circle, let it pass without giving it your sleep. You are allowed to rest without solving every sound inside your head. You are allowed to trust stillness more than noise. You are allowed to believe that the wisest part of you may not be the part that talks the most, but the part that gently says, "Enough for tonight. Return to peace." And after you stop confusing mental noise with wisdom, the next pattern becomes easier to recognize, because much of the anxiety that rises at night is not coming from what is happening in the room. It is coming from the mind trying to step into tomorrow before tomorrow has opened its door. The body is lying in the present, but the thoughts are already standing in the morning, trying to control what has not yet arrived. There is a quiet fear that comes when the day ends and tomorrow is still unknown. The mind begins to reach forward. It wants to know how things will go. It wants to know what people will say. It wants to know whether the plan will work, whether the money will be enough, whether the body will feel strong, whether the message will come, whether the problem will become worse, whether the future will be gentle or painful. And because tomorrow gives no answer at midnight, the mind begins to create its own. This is how nighttime anxiety often begins, not with reality, but with the mind trying to control reality before it exists. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that the future is one of the easiest places for the mind to lose itself. The future is not fully in your hands, yet the mind keeps trying to hold it. It wants certainty. It wants guarantees. It wants life to sign a promise before you close your eyes. But life does not work that way. Tomorrow does not arrive early just because you worry about it tonight. The morning does not become safer because you suffered before it came. And still, the mind tries. It says, "Let me prepare." But preparation has limits. It says, "Let me think ahead." But thinking ahead can become living ahead. It says, "Let me protect you." But sometimes protection becomes a prison. A wise mind plans what it can and then rests. An anxious mind tries to rehearse every possible outcome until the body forgets how to relax. This is the difference the Stoics wanted us to see. Planning belongs to reason. Anxiety belongs to control. Planning asks, "What is the next useful step?" Anxiety asks, "How can I stop anything painful from ever happening?" Planning has an end. Anxiety keeps demanding more. Planning makes a list, sets an intention, and accepts limits. Anxiety keeps checking, predicting, fearing, and rehearsing. Planning prepares you for tomorrow. Anxiety steals the strength you need to meet tomorrow. At night, this becomes even more dangerous because the mind has fewer tools. You cannot do much from the bed. You cannot make the meeting happen early. You cannot force someone to answer. You cannot guarantee success. You cannot see the full shape of tomorrow. So the mind begins to simulate control through thought. It creates scenes. It rehearses conversations. It argues with people who are not there. It solves problems that may never appear. It imagines danger and then reacts as if danger has already arrived. But a future thought is not a future fact. That is one of the strongest truths you can carry into sleep. Just because the mind shows you a difficult tomorrow does not mean tomorrow has agreed to become difficult. Just because you feel afraid does not mean the thing you fear is waiting for you. Just because the mind can create a painful outcome does not mean wisdom requires you to live inside it tonight. The Stoic practice is to return to what is real. What is real right now? This breath, this bed, this room, this body asking for rest. This hour that does not require the full weight of tomorrow. The anxious mind says, "But tomorrow is coming." The Stoic mind answers, "Yes, and I will meet it when it becomes today." That answer is simple, but it is powerful. It places the future back where it belongs. Nighttime anxiety grows when the mind treats tomorrow like an emergency happening now. It borrows pain from a day that has not arrived. It charges the body interest on a debt that may never exist. It makes you pay tonight for a fear that morning may not even deliver. And by the time tomorrow comes, you are already tired, not because tomorrow defeated you, but because you fought it before it reached you. This is why the Stoics warned against suffering in advance. Many people do not only suffer when trouble comes, they suffer before it comes, during it, and after it leaves. The mind multiplies pain by dragging it through time. It remembers old pain, fears future pain, and then loses the present moment where peace could have lived. To stop this, you must learn to ask a clear question before sleep. Is this tomorrow's responsibility or tonight's responsibility? Tonight's responsibility may be simple. Rest, breathe, put the phone down, write one reminder, drink water, release the body, stop arguing with uncertainty. Tomorrow's responsibility may involve action, conversation, work, courage, decision, or repair. But if it belongs to tomorrow, do not force tonight to carry it. This does not mean you become careless. It means you stop using anxiety as a fake form of control. You may care deeply about tomorrow. You may have real duties waiting. You may need to be strong, prepared, focused, and wise. But that is exactly why you need rest. A sleepless mind does not become more powerful. It becomes more reactive. A tired heart does not become more courageous. It becomes more easily shaken. If tomorrow matters, then sleep matters too. Some people fear that if they stop worrying, they will become unprepared. But worry is not the same as readiness. Readiness is calm. It knows what can be done. It accepts what cannot be known. It gathers strength. Worry burns strength before the moment for strength arrives. Readiness says, "I will do what is mine to do." Worry says, "I must control everything, or I am not safe." But no human being is safe because they control everything. Peace comes when you learn to live without needing total control. That is hard, because uncertainty can feel like danger. The mind sees an empty space and fills it with fear. It does not like blank pages. It wants to write the ending before life does. But uncertainty is not always a threat. Sometimes uncertainty is simply life not yet revealed. Tomorrow may bring difficulty, yes, but it may also bring help, clarity, strength, timing, support, or a solution you could not see tonight. When anxiety writes tomorrow in advance, it usually writes only fear. It forgets that life can also surprise you with grace. The Stoic does not demand that tomorrow be easy. The Stoic simply refuses to suffer twice for what may happen once or may not happen at all. This is not blind optimism. It is disciplined realism. It says, "I do not know what tomorrow holds. Therefore, I will not pretend fear is knowledge. Fear guesses. Wisdom waits. Fear predicts. Wisdom prepares. Fear tries to control the unseen. Wisdom returns to the next right thing." Tonight, if tomorrow begins knocking inside your mind, answer with calm boundaries. Say, "Tomorrow, I will meet you when you arrive. Say, I have done what can be done for this hour. Say, the future is not made safer by my sleeplessness. Say, my task tonight is not control. My task tonight is restoration. These sentences are not magic, but they are training. They teach the mind that not every unknown deserves a night of fear. Let tomorrow remain tomorrow. Let it stay outside the room. Let it come in its proper time. You do not need to chase it. You do not need to wrestle it before it has taken shape. You do not need to make your body tense over a day that has not yet asked anything from you. The night has its own assignment, and that assignment is rest. So when anxiety rises tonight, look closely. Is something truly happening now, or is the mind trying to control what has not arrived? If action is needed now, take the small action. If no action is possible, release the false duty. You are allowed to stop guarding the door of tomorrow. You are allowed to let the future come without meeting it in fear first. And slowly, as the mind stops reaching forward, the body begins to return. The breath deepens, the shoulders lower, the chest opens. The room becomes real again. Tomorrow is still coming, but it is no longer standing over your bed like a threat. It is simply a day waiting for its time. You will meet it when the sun brings it to you. Not now, not in panic, not through anxious rehearsal, but with the strength that rest returns to the soul. And after you understand that nighttime anxiety often comes from trying to control tomorrow before it arrives, the next step is even more freeing. Because not every problem that visits your mind at night is asking for your hands. Not every burden that enters your chest needs your strength. Not every person, outcome, delay, silence, fear, or unfinished situation is yours to repair before you sleep. Sometimes peace begins with one quiet admission. This is not mine to fix tonight. There is a deep relief hidden inside that sentence. It does not sound dramatic. It does not sound powerful at first. But to a tired mind that has spent years trying to hold everything together, it can feel like a door opening. Because many people go to bed not only carrying their own lives, but carrying every broken piece around them. They carry family tension. They carry someone's sadness. They carry someone's anger. They carry a problem at work. They carry a conversation that did not end well. They carry tomorrow's pressure. They carry yesterday's mistake. They carry the fear that if they stop holding everything, everything will fall apart. But maybe everything was never meant to be held by you in the first place. The Stoics understood that peace is impossible when the mind accepts false assignments. A false assignment is any burden that your fear tells you to carry, but wisdom never gave you. It is the belief that you must fix someone's mood before you are allowed to rest. It is the belief that you must predict every outcome before you are allowed to close your eyes. It is the belief that you must understand every wound, explain every silence, solve every uncertainty, and repair every relationship before your body deserves sleep. That is not responsibility. That is captivity. Real responsibility has limits. It knows where your hands can reach and where they cannot. It knows when action is possible and when rest is the only wise action left. Real responsibility says, I will do what belongs to me. Fear says, I must do everything. Real responsibility brings dignity. Fear brings exhaustion. Real responsibility gives you a next step. Fear gives you an endless burden with no clear beginning and no clear end. This is why the sentence, "This is not mine to fix tonight," is not an escape. It is a return to truth. There may be something in your life that truly needs attention. But does it need attention tonight? There may be someone you care about who is struggling. But can you carry their whole inner world from your bed? There may be a decision waiting. But can it be made clearly while your body is tired and your mind is full of fear? There may be a conversation that needs honesty. But can it happen while the other person is absent and only their imagined voice is speaking inside your head? The Stoic does not ask only, "Does this matter?" The Stoic asks, "Is this mine, and is this the hour for it?" That second part matters, because many things matter deeply, but they do not belong to the night. The night is not the place to force a conclusion out of confusion. It is not the place to punish yourself into clarity. It is not the place to hold imaginary meetings with people who are asleep somewhere else. It is not the place to carry tomorrow's work as if worry could finish it early. A problem can be real and still not be yours to fix tonight. That is hard to accept when you have been trained to survive through control. If life taught you that peace only comes when everything is stable, then you may feel unsafe whenever something is unresolved. You may feel that rest is careless. You may feel that putting a burden down means you are failing someone. You may feel that if you stop thinking, you will lose your grip. But sometimes what you call a grip is only your hand wrapped around pain. The mind loves to pretend that holding on is the same as helping. It says, keep thinking about them. Keep worrying about this. Keep replaying what happened. Keep planning what you will say. Keep checking every possibility. Keep carrying the tension, because if you put it down, it means you do not care. But care does not require self-destruction. Love does not require sleeplessness. Responsibility does not require you to become the night watchman of every unfinished thing. You can care and still say, not tonight. You can love someone and still admit, their healing is not mine to complete tonight. You can want a better outcome and still say, this future is not mine to control tonight. You can regret something and still say, this past is not mine to rewrite tonight. You can face a real responsibility and still say, this will be handled better by a rested mind. There is humility in this. The ego wants to believe it can fix everything if it tries hard enough. Fear wants to believe it can prevent all pain if it stays alert enough. But Stoicism teaches a quieter strength. It teaches you to see your limits without shame. It teaches you to understand that being human means there are things outside your command. It teaches you that peace is not found by controlling all of life, but by controlling the part of you that keeps trying to control all of life. At bedtime, this becomes a sacred practice. You take the burden that is pressing on your mind and you ask, can I do something useful about this right now? If the answer is yes, do the smallest honest thing. Write the note, set the reminder, make the simple decision. Prepare what can be prepared, then stop. If the answer is no, then the burden must not be allowed to turn into punishment. You say, this is not mine to fix tonight, and you let it stand outside the door of rest. At first, the mind may argue. It may say, but what if it gets worse? You answer, then I will meet it when I can act. It may say, but what if they misunderstand me? You answer, I cannot control their thoughts from this bed. It may say, but what if I forget? You answer, I can write it down and release it. It may say, but what if rest makes me weak? You answer, rest gives me the strength to live wisely. This is how you retrain the mind, not by forcing silence, but by giving the mind a better law. The law is simple. If it is not mine, I return it. If it is not for tonight, I postpone it. If it cannot be fixed by thinking, I stop feeding it thought. If it belongs to another person, I let them carry their part. If it belongs to tomorrow, I let tomorrow arrive before I spend myself on it. There is a quiet freedom that comes when you stop applying your strength to things that cannot receive it. It is like trying to water a stone and wondering why nothing grows. Some situations cannot be softened by your overthinking. Some people cannot be changed by your worry. Some outcomes cannot be controlled by your fear. Some answers cannot be forced by your sleeplessness. When you see this clearly, you stop wasting sacred energy on what cannot transform under your hands. And then something gentle happens. The mind begins to loosen. The body begins to trust the bed again. The chest no longer has to hold the whole world. The shoulders remember they are not shelves for every burden. The breath becomes less trapped. The heart begins to understand that it is allowed to care without carrying everything to the point of collapse. This is not indifference. Indifference says, I do not care. Stoic peace says, I care, but I will not confuse care with control. Indifference walks away from duty. Stoic wisdom separates duty from obsession. Indifference hardens the heart. Stoic peace protects the heart from being consumed. Tonight, let that sentence become a shelter. This is not mine to fix tonight. Say it over the burden you cannot solve. Say it over the person you cannot change. Say it over the outcome you cannot force. Say it over the future you cannot see. Say it over the past you cannot rewrite. Say it over the emotional weight that has followed you into bed without permission. Let it remind you that rest is not betrayal. Rest is obedience to reality. Rest is the body receiving what it needs. Rest is the mind admitting that wisdom sometimes means stopping. Rest is the soul saying, I have done what I can for this hour, and I will not turn what remains into a weapon against myself. Some things will still be unfinished when you close your eyes. Let them be unfinished. Some people may still be upset. Let them own their feelings. Some answers may still be hidden. Let time reveal what force cannot. Some problems may still be waiting. Let morning meet them with the strength that sleep restores. You do not have to fix the whole world before you are allowed to rest inside it. You do not have to become the solution to every pain around you. You do not have to keep your mind awake as proof that you care. Tonight you are allowed to place down what is not yours, postpone what is not for this hour, and return to the only thing the night is asking from you now. Breathe, soften, release. This is not yours to fix tonight. And because it is not yours to fix tonight, it is not allowed to steal tonight's peace. And after you learn to say, this is not mine to fix tonight, another burden begins to loosen. Because one of the heaviest things people carry into sleep is not always guilt, fear, or regret. Sometimes it is the ache of being misunderstood, the ache of knowing your heart was not seen clearly, the ache of watching someone create a version of you in their mind and then treat that version like the truth. And no matter how much you explain, clarify, soften your voice, or open your chest, they keep choosing the story they already decided to believe. There is a quiet sadness in being misread by someone you hoped would understand you. It can make the mind restless in a very personal way. You lie down, but your thoughts begin preparing arguments. You start explaining yourself to a person who is not in the room. You find better words. You replay what you said. You wonder how they could think that about you. You try to prove your intention. You try to defend your character. You try to rescue your name from their opinion. And before long, sleep disappears because your mind is still standing before an invisible audience, begging to be understood. But here is the painful truth. Some people are not confused about you. They are committed to their version of you. That is a hard sentence to accept, because when someone misunderstands you, the first instinct is to explain more. You believe if you just say it better, they will see. If you just tell the full story, they will soften. If you just prove your heart, they will stop judging. And sometimes that is true. Some people misunderstand because they lack information. Some people need clarity, patience, or a calm conversation. Those people are worth speaking to. But others are not seeking understanding. They are seeking confirmation of what they already believe. To them, your explanation becomes an excuse. Your silence becomes guilt. Your boundary becomes arrogance. Your pain becomes drama. Your honesty becomes attack. Your growth becomes pride. Your distance becomes cruelty. No matter what you do, they bend it until it fits the picture they have already painted. And if you keep trying to change that picture, you may spend your whole life standing in front of someone else's mind with a brush they refuse to hand back to you. The Stoics would tell you that another person's opinion is not fully under your control. Your character is yours. Your choices are yours. Your words are yours. Your intentions are yours. Your effort to speak with honesty is yours. But the way someone receives you belongs to them. The story they choose to build about you belongs to them. Their willingness to listen belongs to them. Their courage to question their own judgment belongs to them. If they do not want truth, your explanation will not become truth inside them. It will only become more material for their misunderstanding. This is why the need to be understood can become a prison. It sounds innocent at first. Of course you want to be understood. Every human being wants that. We all want someone to see the heart behind the action, the wound behind the reaction, the story behind the silence, the truth behind the mistake. But when the need to be understood becomes stronger than your need for peace, it starts to own you. You begin measuring your worth by whether someone else sees you clearly. You begin losing sleep because another person is holding a false version of you in their mind. You begin living as if your soul cannot rest until their opinion changes. But your peace cannot wait for the approval of someone who benefits from misunderstanding you. Sometimes people choose a version of you because it protects them from looking at themselves. If they admit you were hurt, they may have to admit they hurt you. If they admit your boundary was healthy, they may have to admit they were crossing it. If they admit you changed, they may have to stop using your past against you. If they admit your side makes sense, they may have to release the comfort of blaming you. So they keep the old version. They keep the simpler version. They keep the version that allows them to feel right. And you cannot force someone to become fair. This is where Stoic freedom begins, not in convincing everyone, not in correcting every rumor, not in explaining yourself until your throat is tired and your spirit is empty. Freedom begins when you understand that being misjudged is painful, but it is not always dangerous. Someone can carry a false image of you and still not have the power to define your character. Someone can misunderstand you and still not become the author of your truth. Someone can speak wrongly about you, think wrongly about you, or remember you wrongly, and still your real life remains in your hands. The Stoic does not say, let people think anything and never care. That would not be human. Reputation matters in some situations. Honest communication matters. Repair matters when it is possible. But the Stoic also knows when explanation has reached its limit. There comes a moment when continuing to explain is no longer clarity. It becomes self-abandonment. You are no longer speaking because truth needs to be said. You are speaking because you are afraid to be disliked, afraid to be blamed, afraid to let someone walk away with the wrong idea. And fear is a poor reason to keep pleading. Ask yourself gently, have I spoken with honesty? If yes, rest. Have I corrected what was mine to correct? If yes, rest. Have I explained without cruelty? If yes, rest. Have I given them a fair chance to understand? If yes, rest. After that, their response is not your kingdom. Their opinion is not your pillow. Their judgment is not your breath. Their chosen version of you is not a sentence you must serve all night. There is deep dignity in letting people misunderstand you after you have done your part. Not because it does not hurt, but because you finally stop giving their misunderstanding more authority than your own integrity. You begin to say, I know what I meant. I know what I tried to do. I know where I failed. I know where I grew. I know what is true, even if they refuse to hold it. That kind of inner knowing is quiet. It does not need to shout. It does not need to chase people down the road. It does not need to reopen every conversation. It simply stands. And that is why it becomes powerful. At night, when the mind starts building its defense speech, pause. Notice what is happening. You are not actually speaking to them. You are speaking to the part of yourself that fears their version may become the truth. Comfort that part. Remind it. Their opinion is an opinion. Their story is a story. My character is built by my choices, not by their interpretation. Let that sentence become a shield, not against people, but against the fear that people's misunderstanding can rename you. Some people may only understand you years later. Some may never understand. Some may understand privately, but never admit it publicly. Some may know the truth and still choose the story that protects their pride. That is painful, but it is not yours to control. What is yours is the way you keep living, the way you keep choosing honesty, the way you keep refusing bitterness, the way you keep correcting yourself without surrendering your dignity, the way you keep your heart clean in a world where not everyone will read it correctly. This is how you release the need to be understood. You do not kill the desire. You simply stop letting it rule you. You stop chasing people who are not listening. You stop bleeding your peace into ears that have already closed. You stop turning bedtime into a courtroom where you defend yourself before people who have already chosen their verdict. You stop believing that your rest must wait until someone else becomes fair. Tonight, if their version of you rises in your mind, let it rise without bowing to it. Let the false story stand outside your inner home. You do not have to invite it in. You do not have to sit with it until morning. You do not have to polish your explanation again. You can say, I release the need to be understood by those who are committed to misunderstanding me. I will live so clearly that my own soul can sleep beside me. That is enough for tonight. Let them keep their version if they refuse the truth. Let them carry the story they chose. Let them speak from the level of their own understanding. Your task is not to live inside their mind, correcting every shadow. Your task is to live inside your own character with steadiness. And as you release that need, something in you begins to breathe again. The chest softens. The inner argument lowers. The invisible audience leaves the room. You no longer have to perform innocence to people who are not present. You no longer have to win a trial that should never have been held in your bed. You are allowed to be misunderstood and still be at peace. You are allowed to be misread and still remain whole. You are allowed to stop explaining and start resting, because the truth of who you are does not become less true simply because someone else refused to see it. And after you release the need to be understood by people who have already chosen their version of you, another hidden battle becomes visible. Because many sleepless nights are not caused by what is happening outside the room. They are caused by the mind defending itself against people who are not there, judgments that have not been spoken, attacks that may never come, and arguments that exist only in the private theater of thought. There is a painful kind of alertness that keeps the body from resting. You lie down, but something inside you remains ready, ready to explain, ready to prove, ready to answer, ready to protect your name, ready to prepare for rejection, criticism, disappointment, betrayal, or blame. The world is quiet, but your mind is standing at the gate like a guard who never received the message that the danger has passed. This is why sleep cannot come when the mind is still defending itself against invisible enemies. The body cannot enter rest while the mind believes it is under attack. Even if the room is safe, the nervous system may not feel safe. Even if no one is speaking, the mind may still hear old voices. Even if no one is accusing you, the inner defender may still be preparing a case. And as long as the mind believes there is an enemy to defeat, sleep feels like a risk. The Stoics understood that the mind often suffers more from imagined threats than from present reality. A person can be sitting in a quiet room and still be wounded by what they expect, what they fear, what they remember, or what they believe others might think. The enemy is no longer a person in front of them. The enemy becomes an impression, a possibility, a shadow created by memory and fear. And shadows can feel powerful at night. Maybe someone judged you before, so now the mind prepares for judgment everywhere. Maybe someone misunderstood you, so now the mind rehearses explanations before anyone even asks. Maybe someone betrayed your trust, so now the mind watches every silence as if silence is a warning. Maybe someone criticized you harshly, so now your thoughts speak in their voice when the room goes quiet. The person may be gone. The moment may be over. But the mind keeps defending itself as if the trial is still happening. This is not weakness. It is conditioning. The mind learned to protect you in the only way it knew. It learned to scan. It learned to predict. It learned to prepare responses. It learned to read faces, tones, pauses, messages, delays, and moods. It learned to stay ready because at some point, readiness may have felt safer than trust. But what once protected you can later imprison you. A guard who never rests eventually becomes another form of danger. The Stoic path asks you to notice the difference between present danger and remembered danger. Present danger needs action. Remembered danger needs compassion and correction. If someone is truly threatening your peace in the moment, wisdom may ask for boundaries, distance, honesty, or protection. But if the threat is only being replayed inside your mind, then more defense will not bring peace. It will only convince the nervous system that the danger is real. This is why arguing with invisible enemies is so exhausting. You cannot win because no one is actually there to answer. You defend yourself against what they might say. Then you defend yourself against what they might think. Then you defend yourself against what they might do. Then you defend yourself against how you might feel if they do it. The battle keeps changing shape because it has no solid body, and the more you fight it, the more real it becomes inside you. The Stoics would bring you back to what is in your control. Can you control what someone may think tomorrow? No. Can you control whether every person sees you fairly? No. Can you control every future accusation, every hidden opinion, every private judgment? No. But can you control your own conduct? Yes. Can you choose truth over performance? Yes. Can you choose dignity over panic? Yes. Can you stop preparing defenses for attacks that have not arrived? Yes, slowly, with practice. A mind that is always defending itself is often a mind that has forgotten its own innocence, does not need constant performance. You do not have to keep proving that you meant well to an empty room. You do not have to keep proving that you are not what someone once called you. You do not have to keep answering the voice of someone who trained you to doubt yourself. You do not have to spend the night preparing for every possible accusation life could invent. There is peace in letting your character speak through your life instead of forcing your mind to defend it every night. The question is not, how do I make sure no one ever attacks me? That is impossible. The better question is, can I remain steady even if someone misunderstands, judges, or challenges me? That is where freedom begins. Because if your peace depends on never being questioned, you will always be afraid. But if your peace depends on staying rooted in your values, then even criticism cannot fully remove you from yourself. At night, invisible enemies often appear because silence gives the mind space to rehearse old defenses. You may find yourself preparing words for someone who hurt you. You may answer a criticism that was never spoken. You may explain your side again. You may create a whole conversation where you finally prove your point. But notice what happens in the body. The jaw tightens, the shoulders rise, the breath becomes shallow, The chest becomes guarded. The body is preparing for conflict, not sleep. So the practice begins with the body. Let the jaw loosen, let the shoulders drop, let the hands open, let the face soften. These small acts tell the mind there is no battle here. The mind may not believe it at first. It may say, "But what if they come against me?" And you answer, "Then I will meet what is real when it becomes real. I do not need to fight shadows tonight." That sentence is powerful because it returns fear to its proper place. A shadow is not an event. A possibility is not a command. A memory is not a prophecy. An imagined accusation is not a present responsibility. You are allowed to stop defending yourself against what has not happened. The Stoics practiced guarding the inner life, but not through panic. They guarded it through reason. Reason says, "What is actually happening now?" Fear says, "What could happen?" Reason says, "What belongs to me?" Fear says, "What might they think?" Reason says, "What action is required?" Fear says, "Stay tense until certainty arrives." But certainty may not arrive, so the mind must learn a deeper safety than certainty. It must learn trust in its own ability to respond when the real moment comes. You do not need to pre-live every conflict before it happens. You do not need to suffer through every possible insult before anyone speaks. You do not need to rehearse every defense before you are accused. You do not need to carry armor into your sleep. Armor is useful in battle, but if you sleep in armor, you wake up bruised by your own protection. This is what happens when the mind never stops defending itself. The very thing meant to protect you begins to hurt you. The constant readiness becomes tension. The tension becomes sleeplessness. The sleeplessness becomes exhaustion. The exhaustion makes the mind even more fearful. And the cycle continues until you gently interrupt it with truth. Tonight, ask yourself, who am I defending myself against right now? If the answer is no one present, then let the defense rest. If the answer is an old voice, remind yourself that the old voice does not own this room. If the answer is a fear of judgment, remind yourself that judgment is not the same as danger. If the answer is a possible future conflict, remind yourself that the future has not been given permission to steal this hour. You can say, "I do not need to prove myself tonight." Say it slowly. Let the body hear it. I do not need to defend my heart to people who are not here. I do not need to prepare for every attack. I do not need to answer every imagined accusation. I am allowed to be still. This is not surrender to people. This is surrender to peace. There will be times in life when you must speak. There will be times when you must set the record straight. There will be times when you must defend your boundary, your dignity, your truth, or your name. But not every hour is a battlefield. Not every silence is a threat. Not every thought deserves a weapon. Tonight is not asking you to fight. It is asking you to put down the shield long enough for your body to remember safety. The invisible enemies may return. Let them pass. Do not feed them with speeches. Do not dress them in more details. Do not give them faces if they came as shadows. Simply notice them and return to the present. This room, this breath, this bed, this night. No trial, no attack, no argument, no enemy standing before you now. And slowly, the inner guard begins to sit down. The mind learns that vigilance is not the same as wisdom. The body learns that rest is not exposure. The heart learns that it can be open without being defenseless. You begin to understand that peace does not come from defeating every imagined enemy. Peace comes when you stop creating a battlefield for them inside your own mind. Tonight, let the invisible enemies fade back into the shadows they came from. Let the old voices lose their authority. Let the imagined arguments go unfinished. Let your character stand quietly without needing a speech. You are not in danger simply because a thought says you must defend yourself. You are here. You are breathing. You are safe enough to soften. And when the mind no longer has to fight what is not present, sleep can finally come close. Not as something you force, but as something that returns when the inner war is no longer being fed. And after the mind stops defending itself against invisible enemies, another kind of rest becomes possible. Because sometimes the enemy at night is not another person. Sometimes it is not tomorrow. Sometimes it is not even the past in a large dramatic form. Sometimes it is one small mistake from the day that follows you into bed and grows teeth in the dark. One wrong word, one delay, one moment of impatience, one task left undone, one look you gave, one thing you forgot, one reaction you wish had been calmer. And suddenly, the pillow becomes the place where every mistake comes to lie down beside you. There is a quiet sadness in ending the day with your body tired, but your mind still accusing you. You may have done many things right, but the mind chooses the one thing that went wrong. You may have carried responsibilities, shown patience, tried your best, endured pressure, helped someone, pushed through fatigue, and still, when the night comes, the mind says, "But what about this mistake?" And just like that, the whole day becomes reduced to one flaw. This is why many people cannot sleep peacefully. They do not end the day. They drag the day into the pillow. They carry every mistake like evidence. They lie down, but they do not let the day close. They keep reviewing, judging, blaming, correcting, and punishing. The body is ready to release the weight of the day, but the mind keeps picking up every broken piece and placing it back on the chest. The Stoic way is different. The Stoic does not pretend mistakes did not happen. The Stoic does not run from responsibility. The Stoic does not say, "It does not matter," when something truly mattered. But the Stoic also refuses to turn every mistake into a sentence against the self. A mistake is something to examine, not something to worship. It should teach you, not own you. It should correct your direction, not steal your rest. At the end of the day, the Stoic mind asks with calm honesty, what did I do well? What did I do poorly? What can I improve tomorrow? What must I release tonight? These questions are simple, but they create order. They stop the mind from turning reflection into punishment. They help you take the lesson without carrying the lash. Because there is a difference between reviewing the day and attacking yourself with the day. Review is clean. Attack is cruel. Review says, "I lost patience there. Tomorrow I will pause before I speak." Attack says, "I am a terrible person." Review says, "I wasted time today. Tomorrow I will begin with what matters." Attack says, "I never do anything right." Review says, "I avoided that responsibility. Tomorrow I will face it." Attack says, "I am weak." Review leads to a next step. Attack leads to shame. Review lets the day close. Attack keeps the trial open all night. You must learn the difference because the mind can disguise self-punishment as self-improvement. It may tell you, if I criticize myself enough, I will become better. But harshness does not always create growth. Sometimes it creates fear, avoidance, and exhaustion. A person who beats themselves every night may not become wiser. They may only become more afraid of living. Every day becomes a test they are terrified to fail. Every mistake becomes proof that they are not enough. Every night becomes another punishment. The Stoics sought discipline, but discipline was not hatred of the self. Discipline was the art of returning to what is right. It was not, "I must suffer because I failed." It was, "I have seen where I strayed and I will return." That return can be firm without being violent. You can correct yourself without crushing yourself. You can admit failure without becoming failure. You can feel regret without letting regret sit on your pillow until morning. One reason mistakes follow people into sleep is that they never give the mind a closing ritual. The day ends physically, but not mentally. The lights go off, but the inner account remains open. So the mind keeps calculating. It asks what went wrong, what could have been done, what people think, what tomorrow will bring, because of today's errors. Without a clear closing, the day leaks into the night, so give the day an ending. Not a perfect ending, a conscious ending. Before sleep, let the mind gather the day gently. Look at it as a whole, not only at the part that hurts. There were moments you handled better than you used to. There were things you survived. There were feelings you carried. There were efforts no one saw. There were choices that may not have been perfect, but they were made by a human being trying to live through another day. Let the full truth stand, not only the accusing truth. Then take one mistake, if one is asking for attention, and reduce it to its lesson. Do not let it remain a giant shadow. Make it useful. If you spoke too quickly, the lesson may be patience. If you avoided something, the lesson may be courage. If you overgave, the lesson may be boundaries. If you acted from fear, the lesson may be trust. If you wasted time, the lesson may be order. Once you have found the lesson, the mistake has served its purpose for tonight. Anything beyond the lesson becomes punishment. This is where you must be gentle but firm. The mind may try to return to the mistake again. It may say, "But why did you do that?" It may say, "How could you?" It may say, "What if this changes everything?" It may say, "You always do this." Do not enter every accusation. Answer with Stoic clarity. The lesson has been received. The correction belongs to tomorrow. The punishment is not needed tonight. There is power in that sentence because it separates growth from suffering. You are not refusing to grow. You are refusing to suffer uselessly. You are not avoiding responsibility. You are refusing to turn responsibility into a chain around your sleep. You are not pretending you were perfect. You are admitting you are human and still worthy of rest. Many people carry mistakes into the pillow because they believe rest must be earned by a perfect day. But no one would sleep if that were true. Every human day contains some imperfection, a missed opportunity, a careless word, a moment of weakness, a thought you wish you did not have, a task you did not finish, a feeling you did not manage well. If perfection is the price of sleep, then peace will always feel far away. The Stoic does not require a perfect day before rest. The Stoic requires an honest day. And if the day was not fully honest, the Stoic requires an honest review. That is enough. Learn, adjust, repair what you can, then sleep. Your body should not have to pay all night for what your wisdom has already corrected. Your nervous system should not be kept awake as proof that you are sorry. If an apology is needed, make it when the time is right. If a change is needed, begin tomorrow. If a repair is possible, prepare for it. But do not confuse lying awake in shame with making things better. Shame in the dark rarely repairs the world. It only weakens the person who must wake up and try again. At the end of the day, place each mistake where it belongs. If it needs repair, place it in tomorrow's action. If it has taught its lesson, place it in wisdom. If it was caused by tiredness, place it in compassion. If it was caused by fear, place it in awareness. If it belongs to the past hour and cannot be changed, place it behind you. Do not place everything on the pillow. The pillow is not a storage room for guilt. Tonight, let the day be complete. Not perfect, complete. Let what was done be done. Let what was learned be learned. Let what must be repaired be assigned to its proper time. Let what cannot be changed return to silence. You are not required to keep bleeding over every imperfect moment. You are required to become wiser from it. There is a softer way to end the day. You can say, I did not do everything perfectly, but I am willing to learn. I did not speak every word rightly, but I can choose better. I did not carry every moment with grace, but I am still growing. I release this day from my body. I release myself from useless punishment. I will meet tomorrow with a cleaner mind. Let those words settle slowly. Let the shoulders loosen. Let the face soften. Let the breath deepen. Let the mind understand that the day has no more right to demand from you tonight. The lessons have been gathered. The corrections have been noted. The rest belongs to rest. This is the Stoic way to end the day without carrying every mistake into the pillow. You do not deny the mistake. You do not become the mistake. You take the wisdom and leave the weight. You let the day teach you without letting it torment you. You close the inner account with honesty, humility, and mercy. And as the night receives you, you begin to feel something simple but life-changing. You are allowed to be unfinished and still sleep. You are allowed to be learning and still rest. You are allowed to have made mistakes today and still wake tomorrow with dignity. The pillow is not a courtroom. It is not a punishment. It is where the human being who tried again today is allowed finally to put the burden down. And after you learn how to end the day without carrying every mistake into the pillow, another deeper freedom begins to appear. Because sometimes it is not every mistake that keeps you awake. Sometimes it is one moment, one bad decision, one painful scene, one failure, one rejection, one embarrassment, one season where you did not recognize yourself. And somehow, that one moment rises in the mind like a judge trying to speak over your entire life. There is a quiet cruelty in the way the mind can take one bad moment and place it above every good thing you have ever done. You may have loved people. You may have helped people. You may have survived things no one saw. You may have tried again after being tired, disappointed, afraid, or broken in ways you never explained. But when that one moment returns, it speaks as if it has the right to define you. It says, "This is who you are." It says, "This proves everything." It says, "No matter what else you have done, this is the truth about you." But one moment is not qualified to judge an entire life. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes disturbed when it mistakes a part for the whole. A single event becomes a life story. A single failure becomes an identity. A single rejection becomes proof that you are unworthy. A single weakness becomes evidence that you have no strength. A single painful chapter becomes the title of the whole book. And once the mind accepts that false judgment, it begins to live beneath it. This is why one bad moment can feel so heavy at night. It is not only the memory that hurts, it is the meaning the mind attaches to it. The moment itself may have lasted minutes, hours, or a season, but the meaning can follow you for years. I failed there, so I am a failure. I was rejected there, so I am unwanted. I acted poorly there, so I am a bad person. I was weak there, so I cannot trust myself. I lost something there, so my life is ruined. These are not facts. These are sentences written by pain. And pain is not always a fair judge. Pain speaks loudly. Pain remembers sharply. Pain loves to repeat the scene from the angle that hurts most. But pain does not always show the full evidence. It does not show what you were carrying before that moment. It does not show what you did not know then. It does not show your fear, your confusion, your exhaustion, your immaturity, your pressure, your grief, your need, your lack of support, or the hidden battles behind your reaction. Pain often shows the worst frame and calls it the whole film. The Stoic practice is to slow down and return the moment to its true size. Not to excuse it, not to deny it, not to pretend it did not matter, but to stop giving it a throne it never earned. A bad moment may reveal something that needs growth. It may show where you lacked wisdom. It may show where you needed patience, courage, discipline, honesty, or self-control. But it does not have the authority to define your worth. There is a difference between saying, "I had a bad moment," and saying, "I am a bad life." The first statement leaves room for learning. The second statement locks the soul in shame. The first says, "Something happened and I can grow." The second says, "Something happened and I am finished." One leads to responsibility, the other leads to despair. And the Stoic refuses to turn one human failure into a permanent identity. At night, the mind may try to bring that moment forward again. It may place it in front of you and say, "Look, this proves you are not enough." But you can answer with calm truth, "No, this proves I am human. This proves I had something to learn. This proves I need wisdom, not self-destruction." That answer may feel small at first, but it begins to break the power of the inner judge. One bad moment becomes dangerous when you keep returning to it without learning anything new. If the lesson has already been received, then the repeated punishment is no longer growth. It is only suffering. If the moment taught you to speak with more care, then carry the care, not the shame. If it taught you to stop ignoring your limits, carry the wisdom, not the humiliation. If it taught you to choose better people, carry the discernment, not the bitterness. If it taught you to slow down before reacting, carry the discipline, not the self-hatred. Take the fruit, leave the thorns. This is how the Stoic mind heals from one bad moment. It asks, what virtue was missing there, and how can I practice it now? Maybe courage was missing. Maybe patience was missing. Maybe honesty was missing. Maybe moderation was missing. Maybe self-respect was missing. Maybe wisdom was missing. Once you identify what was missing, you no longer need to sit beneath the judgment of the moment. You can begin building the virtue that moment revealed. That is the difference between being trapped by the past and trained by the past. The trapped mind says, "That moment ruined me." The trained mind says, "That moment instructed me." The trapped mind says, "I cannot move beyond this." The trained mind says, "I will not repeat this unconsciously." The trapped mind lies down and lets the memory speak all night. The trained mind listens for the lesson, then closes the door. You must also remember that a life is not judged by one scene, but by direction. Where are you moving now? What are you choosing now? What are you practicing now? What are you becoming now? The Stoics cared about the present use of character because that is where your power lives. You cannot change the bad moment, but you can decide whether it becomes a chain or a teacher. You can decide whether it makes you cruel or compassionate. You can decide whether it makes you hide or grow. You can decide whether it becomes the end of your story or the place where wisdom began to enter. Some of the strongest people you see are not people who never had a bad moment. They are people who refuse to let that moment become their master. They failed and became humbler. They were rejected and became clearer. They lost something and became deeper. They were ashamed and became more honest. They were wounded and became more careful with the wounds of others. They did not erase the moment. They transformed what it was allowed to mean. Tonight, if one bad moment comes to judge your whole life, do not let it sit on the throne. Let it speak only as a witness, not as a ruler. Let it tell you what happened. Let it show you what needs wisdom. But do not let it give the final verdict. The final verdict does not belong to one mistake, one rejection, one failure, one humiliation, or one painful chapter. The final verdict is being written by the way you keep choosing after it. You are more than the worst thing you remember at night. You are more than the moment you wish you could erase. You are more than the word you said too quickly. You are more than the choice you made from fear. You are more than the person who did not see your value. You are more than the season when you felt lost. You are not only the place where you fell. You are also the strength that stood up, the breath that continued, the lesson that formed, and the quiet desire to become better. That desire matters. It proves the bad moment did not own you completely. If you can look back and feel that you want to live with more wisdom, then something noble is still alive in you. Do not let shame hide that from you. Shame will point to the fall. Wisdom will point to the rising. Before sleep, practice returning the bad moment to its rightful place. Say, "This was a moment, not my whole life. This was a lesson, not my identity. This was painful, but it is not the judge of my worth. I will take the wisdom and release the sentence." Let those words settle into the body. Let them soften the tightness around the memory. Let them remind the mind that one dark page cannot cancel every line of light. And if the mind says, "But it was serious," you can answer, "Yes, and I will treat the lesson seriously, but I will not treat shame as my home." If the mind says, "But people remember," you can answer, "Their memory is not my prison." If the mind says, "But I should have known better," you can answer, "Now I know better," and that is the beginning of change. If the mind says, "This defines you," you can answer, "No. My response from here defines the direction of my life." This is not false comfort. This is Stoic discipline. It is the discipline of refusing to exaggerate pain into identity. It is the discipline of seeing clearly without condemning yourself endlessly. It is the discipline of allowing one moment to teach you without allowing it to rule you. Tonight, let the bad moment step down from the judge's seat. Let it become what it truly is, a part of the past, a source of instruction, a reminder of your humanity, and perhaps a turning point. But not your name, not your whole story, not your final truth. The pillow is not the place to be sentenced. It is the place to return to yourself after another imperfect day of being human. And as your body softens into the night, let the mind remember this gently. One moment may have hurt you, humbled you, or changed you, but it does not have the power to contain all that you are still becoming. And after you stop letting one bad moment become the judge of your whole life, another burden begins to show its true shape. Because sometimes the mind is not only judging one moment. Sometimes it is begging that moment to change. It keeps returning to the same place, not because there is a new lesson waiting there, but because the heart is still asking the past to become kinder, softer, fairer, wiser, or less painful than it was. There is a kind of regret that does not feel like sadness at first. It feels like bargaining. The mind says, "If only I had spoken differently. If only I had left earlier. If only I had stayed longer. If only I had known. If only I had seen the signs. If only I had chosen another path." These words may look small, but they can become heavy enough to crush the night, because every "if only" is a hand reaching backward into time, trying to move something that can no longer be moved. This is why regret grows heavier when you keep asking the past to become different. You are not only remembering what happened, you are fighting the fact that it happened. You are asking a closed chapter to rewrite itself while your present life waits outside the door. And the more you demand a different past, the more powerless you feel, because the past is the one place where your effort can no longer change the scene. The Stoics understood this clearly. They knew that human pain is deepened by resistance to reality. The event itself may have hurt you, but the endless demand that it should not have happened keeps the wound open. It is like pressing on a bruise to prove that it is still there. Yes, it is still there. Yes, it still hurts. But pressing it every night will not heal it faster. It will only keep reminding the body of pain. Regret becomes heavier when it stops teaching and starts punishing. In its clean form, regret can be useful. It can tell you, that was not wise. That was not honest. That was not careful. That was not aligned with the person you want to be. This kind of regret is a messenger. It points to correction. It helps you grow. It sharpens your conscience. It teaches you where your next version must become stronger. But regret turns dark when the lesson has already been received and the mind still refuses to release the sentence. It says, "You should have known, but you did not know." It says, "You should have acted better." But at that time you had the awareness, strength, fear, pressure, and understanding you had. It says, "You should have prevented everything." But no human being can see every consequence before it arrives. The mind judges backward with information it did not have forward. That is why regret can feel so unfair. It uses today's wisdom to condemn yesterday's self. The Stoic way is not to excuse the past, but to place it inside truth. Truth says, "I made that choice with the mind I had then." Truth says, "I can see more clearly now because time has taught me." Truth says, "If I had known what I know today, I may have acted differently. But I did not have today's wisdom then." This does not erase responsibility. It makes responsibility honest. It stops the mind from pretending you were supposed to be fully grown before the experience that taught you how to grow. Many people cannot sleep because they are trying to punish the old self into becoming wiser. But the old self cannot receive the lesson anymore. Only the present self can. The version of you who made the mistake, missed the sign, stayed too long, left too soon, spoke too harshly, trusted too easily, or remained silent too painfully, is no longer standing in that exact moment. You are here now. This is where the lesson must be used, not there. Here. That is where power returns. Regret keeps you powerless when it keeps pointing backward. Wisdom restores power when it turns the lesson forward. Regret says, "Why did I do that?" Wisdom says, "What will I practice now?" Regret says, "I wish that had never happened." Wisdom says, "How can I live more awake because it happened?" Regret says, "I lost too much." Wisdom says, "What still remains in my hands?" Regret says, "I cannot forgive myself." Wisdom says, "What would change if I stopped using pain as proof of remorse?" This matters because many people believe that if they release regret, they are disrespecting what happened. They think they must keep suffering to prove they care. They think the heaviness is a kind of loyalty to the person they hurt, the opportunity they lost, the life they missed, or the version of themselves that suffered. But suffering forever does not honor the past. It only extends its damage. If you hurt someone, healing does not come from losing sleep forever. It comes from repair where repair is possible, changed behavior where repair is not possible, and humility in the way you live after. If you lost an opportunity, peace does not come from replaying the missed door every night. It comes from walking with more awareness toward the doors still open. If you trusted the wrong person, freedom does not come from hating yourself for trusting. It comes from learning discernment without letting bitterness steal your heart. If you made a wrong decision, growth does not come from becoming your own enemy. It comes from becoming more honest, more careful, and more awake. The past does not need you to suffer endlessly. It needs you to learn truthfully. At night, regret often becomes heavier because there is no action available. You cannot return the words to your mouth. You cannot pull back the decision. You cannot place yourself back at the beginning with the knowledge of the ending. So the mind creates a false action, replaying. It feels like doing something. It feels like moral work. It feels like effort. But replaying is not repair. Replaying is not repentance. Replaying is not transformation. Replaying is only the mind circling a locked door. The Stoic practice is to stop knocking on that door and turn toward the room you are actually in. What is in this room? Your breath, your body, your present character, your next choice, your ability to live differently from this point onward. That is not small. That is the only place where freedom can operate. So when regret says, "The past should have been different," answer gently, "Maybe, but it is not. So now I must become wise." This is not coldness, it is courage. It is the courage to stop asking reality for what it cannot give. It is the courage to stop fighting time. It is the courage to grieve what happened without using grief as a chain. It is the courage to admit, I cannot change that moment, but I can change what I keep becoming after it. There is a deep peace hidden in accepting that the past is fixed, but your relationship with the past is not fixed. What happened may not change, but the way you carry it can change. The meaning can mature. The wound can become less sharp. The lesson can become cleaner. The shame can become humility. The loss can become depth. The mistake can become guidance. The painful memory can become a reminder, not a prison. This is how regret becomes lighter. Not by denying it, not by forcing yourself to forget, but by removing the impossible demand inside it. You stop saying, "Become different." You start saying, "Teach me clearly." You stop saying, "Give me another past." You start saying, "Give me a wiser present." You stop saying, "Let me go back." You start saying, "Let me move forward without dragging the old punishment with me." Tonight, if regret enters your mind, do not let it sit above you like a judge. Let it sit beside you like a teacher, and only for a little while. Ask it, "What are you here to teach?" If it has a lesson, receive it. If it has an action, assign it to tomorrow. If it only repeats the same old accusation, then it is no longer a teacher. It is an echo, and echoes do not need your obedience. You can say, "I cannot make the past different, but I can become different because of what I learned. I cannot undo that moment, but I can stop giving it every night of my life. I cannot return to who I was, but I can care for who I am now." Let that be enough for this hour, because rest does not require a painless past. Rest requires surrendering the impossible fight against it. You may still feel sadness. You may still wish things had gone another way. You may still carry tenderness around what happened. That is human. But you do not have to keep throwing your life against the wall of what cannot be changed. The past has already happened. Let that sentence be heavy for a moment, then let it become freeing. Since it has already happened, you do not need to keep trying to prevent it. Since it has already happened, you do not need to stay on guard against it. Since it has already happened, your work is no longer to change it, but to heal from it, learn from it, and stop letting it consume the life still breathing inside you. And as the night grows quiet, let regret return to its proper size. Let it be a lesson, not a life sentence. Let it be a reminder, not a ruler. Let it be a doorway into wisdom, not a room where you sleep. You are allowed to stop asking the past to become different. You are allowed to take your hands off what time has already sealed. You are allowed to rest, not because everything was perfect, but because you are finally ready to stop fighting what cannot be undone. That is where the weight begins to lift. Not all at once, but gently. The mind stops bargaining. The body stops bracing. The heart stops reaching backward. And sleep comes closer, because you have stopped demanding that yesterday change before you allow tonight to be peaceful. And after regret begins to loosen because you stop asking the past to become different, another quiet discipline is needed. Because even when you accept what happened, even when you know what is yours and what is not. Even when you understand that the night is not the place to solve everything, thoughts will still come. The goal is not to stop every thought from entering. The deeper freedom is learning how to let a thought appear without walking behind it wherever it wants to go. There is a moment most people miss. It is the small space between a thought arriving and the mind following it. A worry appears, and before they notice, they are already inside a whole story. A memory appears, and before they notice, they are back in an old room, feeling the same old pain. A fear appears, and before they notice, tomorrow has become a disaster. A regret appears, and before they notice, they are defending, accusing, explaining, and suffering all over again. But there is another way. A thought can exist without becoming a path. A thought can knock without being invited inside. A thought can rise without becoming your next hour. This is one of the rarest disciplines of the Stoic mind, the ability to allow a thought to be present without obeying its direction. Most people believe they have only two choices: either fight the thought or follow the thought. If a painful thought appears, they try to push it away. If that fails, they enter it completely. But fighting and following can both keep the thought alive. Fighting says, "You are dangerous, so I must wrestle you." Following says, "You are true, so I must obey you." Both give the thought power. But observation does something different. Observation says, "You are here, but you are not my master." That is where peace begins. The Stoics called thoughts impressions. Something appears in the mind, a judgment, a fear, a picture, a prediction, a memory, a desire. But the impression is not the final truth. It is only the first knock at the door. The wise person does not open the door immediately. The wise person pauses. They look. They ask, "What is this? Is it true? Is it useful? Is it mine? Is it for this hour?" That pause is freedom. Without it, you become a servant to every passing thought. With it, you become the guardian of your inner life. At night, this pause matters even more because the tired mind is easy to pull. A single thought can become a long road. What if tomorrow goes badly becomes what if everything falls apart. Then it becomes, what if I cannot handle it? Then it becomes, what if I was never strong enough? One small thought becomes a whole identity. Not because the thought was powerful by itself, but because the mind followed it without question. To allow a thought to exist without following it, you must first stop being surprised that thoughts appear. Many people become upset simply because their mind is not silent. They think, "Why am I thinking this again? Why can't I just stop? What is wrong with me?" But this reaction becomes another layer of noise. The thought appears, then frustration appears, then fear appears, then self-judgment appears. Now the mind is not only dealing with the original thought, it is dealing with the reaction to the thought. So begin gently. A thought comes. You notice it. You do not shout at it. You do not call yourself weak. You do not make it a prophecy. You simply say, "A thought has appeared." That is all. Not, "My life is falling apart." Not, "I must solve this now." Not, "This proves something about me." Just, "A thought has appeared." This simple naming creates distance. It moves you from being inside the thought to observing the thought. And when you observe it, you are no longer completely possessed by it. You may still feel it. It may still be uncomfortable. But discomfort is not command. A thought can be uncomfortable and still not deserve your attention. A feeling can be strong and still not be wise. A memory can be vivid and still not be happening now. The discipline is not to make the mind blank. The discipline is to stop turning every thought into a journey. Think of the mind at night like a road with many passing travelers. Some thoughts pass carrying old boxes. Some pass carrying fear. Some pass carrying duties. Some pass carrying strange, random images that mean almost nothing. If you stop every traveler and ask for their whole story, you will never sleep. Some must be allowed to pass without interview. You see them, you let them move. You do not follow them down the road. A thought may say, "Remember what they said." You can answer, "I remember, but I am not returning there tonight." A thought may say, "What if tomorrow hurts?" You can answer, "Tomorrow is not here." A thought may say, "You should be ashamed." You can answer, "If there is a lesson, I will take it. If there is only punishment, I release it." A thought may say, "Follow me." And you can answer, "No, you may pass." That no does not have to be loud. It can be soft and firm. The strongest discipline is often quiet. You are not fighting the thought like an enemy. You are refusing to become its follower. There is a difference. Fighting creates struggle. Refusing creates space. Some thoughts return because they are used to being followed. They know the old path. A fear comes, and you usually go with it. A memory comes, and you usually enter it. A regret comes, and you usually punish yourself. So when you stop following, the thought may knock again. It may become louder. It may try another angle. This does not mean you are failing. It means the mind is learning a new pattern. A thought that once ruled you may not leave the throne quietly. Be patient with this practice. The first night you may only notice after you have followed the thought for 10 minutes. That is still progress. The next time you may notice after 5 minutes. Later after 1 minute. Later at the doorway. This is how inner freedom grows, not by perfection, but by returning sooner. Every time you notice and come back, you weaken the old habit of automatic obedience. The Stoic does not measure progress by having no thoughts. The Stoic measures progress by having more choice. Choice is the treasure hidden inside awareness. The thought appears, and now you have a choice. Follow or remain. Feed it or let it fade. Turn it into a story or let it stay as a passing sentence. Let it tighten the body or breathe around it. Let it name you or simply notice it as mental weather. This choice may seem small, but it can change the entire night. Because many sleepless nights are not created by the first thought. They are created by the second, third, fourth, and 100th thought that came because the first one was followed. One thought says, "I am worried." That is not the whole storm. The storm begins when the mind says, "Why am I worried? What if this means something? What if it gets worse? What if I cannot cope? What if this never ends?" Now the original thought has become a chain. To stop following a thought, return to the body. The body is always in the present, even when the mind travels. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Feel the breath moving in and out. Feel the softness of the night around you. Let the body remind the mind, we are here, not there. A thought may pull toward the past or the future, but the body can anchor you in now. And now is where sleep lives. Sleep does not live in the conversation you are rehearsing. It does not live in tomorrow's imagined problem. It does not live in the memory you keep revisiting. It does not live in the judgment you keep arguing with. Sleep lives in the moment you stop following and return. Return to breath. Return to stillness. Return to the quiet truth that a thought can exist without becoming your ruler. Tonight, let thoughts come and go without turning each one into a command. Let worry pass through without becoming a plan. Let memory pass through without becoming a home. Let regret pass through without becoming a trial. Let fear pass through without becoming a prophecy. You do not need to block the door of the mind. You only need to stop walking out with every visitor. This is rare discipline, not because it is complicated, but because it is gentle in a world that teaches force. You are not conquering the mind, you are training it. You are teaching it that not every thought gets your footsteps, not every feeling gets your night, not every mental voice gets your life. And as you practice this, something inside begins to trust stillness again. Thoughts may continue to move, but they no longer carry you away so easily. The mind may speak, but you no longer have to answer every sentence. The night may be quiet, but quiet no longer feels like a trap. It becomes a space where thoughts can pass, and you can remain. That is the freedom, not a mind with no movement, but a soul that no longer has to follow every movement. Not a night without thoughts, but a heart that can watch them come and watch them go. And in that watching, the body softens, the breath deepens, and sleep begins to return. Not because the mind was forced into silence, but because you finally stopped chasing every sound it made. And after you learn the rare discipline of allowing a thought to exist without following it, the next wound becomes easier to notice, because silence itself is not the enemy. Silence is not cruel. Silence is not punishment. Silence is not the thing that hurts you. But when the mind is full of old pain, silence becomes the room where that pain speaks louder. What was meant to be rest becomes judgment. What was meant to be peace becomes pressure. What was meant to be stillness becomes a place where you sit alone with every thought you were too busy to feel during the day. There is a quiet sadness in being afraid of silence. Not because silence has done anything wrong, but because it has become connected to everything you do not want to face. When the room becomes still, the mind begins to search. It searches for what you forgot. It searches for what you lost. It searches for who hurt you. It searches for what might happen next. It searches for every reason you should not relax. And slowly, silence stops feeling like a soft place. It starts feeling like a punishment chamber. But silence was never meant to punish you. Silence is only empty space. What fills it is what the mind brings into it. If the mind brings fear, silence feels dangerous. If the mind brings regret, silence feels heavy. If the mind brings shame, silence feels like judgment. If the mind brings old conversations, silence feels crowded. If the mind brings self-attack, silence becomes painful. So the work is not to hate silence. The work is to change what you do inside silence. The Stoics understood that stillness reveals the condition of the inner life. A noisy person can avoid himself for a while. A busy person can outrun certain questions. A distracted person can postpone pain. But silence removes the hiding places. It does not create the wound. It shows where the wound is still open. And this is why many people reach for noise the moment silence appears. They reach for the phone, the television, the scrolling, the music, the conversations, the snacks, the tasks, the next thing, anything that keeps them from being alone with what is unresolved. But the soul cannot heal if every quiet moment is covered with noise. This does not mean you must sit in silence and suffer. That is not wisdom. That is endurance without direction. The Stoic way is not to turn silence into a test of how much pain you can tolerate. It is to turn silence into a place of honest return, a place where you are not attacked, but observed, a place where thoughts can rise without becoming chains, a place where the body can soften without the mind using stillness as a weapon. Many people turn silence into punishment because they use it to accuse themselves. The moment everything becomes quiet, the inner voice begins. You should be further. You should have done better. You should not have trusted them. You should not feel this way. You should be stronger by now. You wasted time. You failed again. And because there is no outside sound to interrupt it, the voice feels powerful. It fills the whole room. But a voice inside you is not automatically wisdom. You have already learned this. Some voices are only old fear. Some voices are borrowed from people who were hard on you. Some voices are the echo of rooms where you were not treated gently. Some voices are pain repeating the language it learned. If silence brings such a voice to the surface, do not assume silence is punishing you. Silence is simply showing you the voice that still needs to be answered with truth. You can begin by changing the tone of the silent room. Instead of entering silence like a prisoner, enter it like someone coming home. Let the quiet become a place where nothing has to be performed. You do not have to impress the night. You do not have to explain yourself to the ceiling. You do not have to prove that you are strong. You do not have to solve the whole life to deserve peace. You are allowed to simply be a tired human being, returning to breath. This is a powerful shift, because punishment says, sit here and suffer for what you did, what you lost, what you failed to become. Rest says, sit here and return to yourself. Punishment says, review every flaw. Rest says, release what cannot be carried now. Punishment says, you are alone with your thoughts. Rest says, you are safe enough to stop running. The same silence can become two different worlds depending on how you meet it. If you meet silence with fear, it becomes a threat. If you meet it with self-attack, it becomes a courtroom. If you meet it with control, it becomes a battlefield. But if you meet it with patience, it becomes medicine. Not quick medicine, not the kind that erases everything at once, but the kind that slowly teaches the nervous system that quiet does not have to mean danger. At night, when silence begins to feel heavy, do not rush to fill it immediately. First, name what is happening. I am not being punished. I am feeling what the day was too loud to show me. That sentence matters. It separates silence from suffering. It reminds you that the room is not attacking you. Your mind is simply releasing what has been waiting for attention. Then bring softness into the silence. Notice the breath, not to force sleep, but to remind the body that this moment is safe enough. Feel the body supported. Feel the weight of the blanket. Feel the air moving gently. Let the silence become connected to physical safety, not mental punishment. The mind learns through repeated experience. If every quiet moment becomes a place where you attack yourself, the body will fear quiet. But if quiet becomes connected to breathing, release, and kindness, the body slowly learns that silence can be trusted again. The Stoics practiced inner conversation, but not cruel conversation. They examined the self with reason. They did not drag the self into darkness and beat it with every imperfection. This is important. Self-examination is not self-condemnation. To examine is to look clearly. To condemn is to decide there is no hope. To examine is to ask, what can I learn? To condemn is to say, this is who I am forever. Silence should be a place of examination, not condemnation. So when the quiet comes, ask better questions. Not, what is wrong with me? Ask, what is asking for care? Not, why am I like this? Ask, what am I carrying that needs to be placed down? Not, how did I fail again? Ask, what small wisdom can I take into tomorrow? Not, why can't I stop thinking? Ask, can I let this thought pass without making it my master? Better questions turn silence from punishment into guidance. There may be nights when silence still feels uncomfortable. That is okay. Discomfort does not mean you are doing something wrong. If you have spent years using noise to survive, quiet may feel strange at first. The mind may not trust it. The body may stay alert. The heart may feel exposed. Be patient. You are not forcing yourself into peace. You are teaching yourself that peace is possible. You can even speak gently into the silence, not loudly, not dramatically, but inwardly. I do not have to punish myself tonight. I can be honest without being cruel. I can be still without being unsafe. I can let the quiet hold me instead of judge me. These words slowly change the meaning of the room. They teach the mind that silence is not where you go to be sentenced. It is where you go to be restored. This is how silence becomes sacred again. Not because it is empty, but because it becomes honest. It becomes the place where you stop performing, the place where you stop running, the place where you stop letting old fear speak without correction, the place where you meet your thoughts with steadiness instead of fear, the place where the body learns that nothing terrible happens when the world grows quiet. Tonight, if silence begins to feel like punishment, pause before you believe that feeling. Ask yourself, what am I bringing into this silence? If you bring shame, answer it with mercy. If you bring fear, answer it with presence. If you bring regret, answer it with a lesson. If you bring loneliness, answer it with tenderness. If you bring exhaustion, answer it with permission to rest. You are not trapped in silence. You are being invited into stillness. There is a difference. Silence is simply the absence of noise. Stillness is the presence of peace. Silence can feel empty. Stillness feels held. Silence can feel lonely. Stillness feels like returning. Silence can become punishment when the mind fills it with cruelty. But stillness begins when the mind stops using quiet as a weapon against the self. Let the room be quiet tonight without making it dangerous. Let the darkness be soft without filling it with old accusations. Let the absence of noise become space for breath, not space for punishment. You do not have to earn rest by suffering through your thoughts. You do not have to replay your pain because the world has gone silent. You do not have to fear the quiet simply because it reveals what needs healing. Silence is not here to hurt you. It is here to show you what wants to be released. And once you stop turning it into punishment, it becomes one of the gentlest teachers you have. It teaches you to sit with yourself without running. It teaches you to hear your thoughts without obeying them. It teaches you to feel without drowning. It teaches you that peace is not always found in adding more noise, but in changing the way you meet the quiet. And as this understanding settles, the silence around you begins to change. It is no longer a courtroom, no longer a battlefield, no longer a place where old voices gather to accuse you. It becomes a soft room, a quiet shelter, a space where the day can fall away, the body can loosen, and the mind can finally stop treating rest like something it must fear. Tonight, let silence be kind. Let it be wide. Let it be gentle. Let it hold what you are not ready to solve. Let it carry what you are too tired to explain. Let it become the place where punishment ends and peace begins. And after silence stops feeling like punishment, you begin to see why the mind still sometimes refuses to relax. Because even when the room is calm, even when the bed is soft, even when the night is quiet, something inside may still keep searching. Searching for what could go wrong. Searching for the hidden meaning behind someone's silence. Searching for the next loss, the next disappointment, the next wound, the next reason not to trust peace. Not because danger is always present, but because the soul has forgotten what safety feels like. There is a kind of exhaustion that comes from living with an inner alarm that never fully turns off. You may be lying still, but the mind keeps scanning. It scans tomorrow, it scans relationships, it scans old memories, it scans your body, it scans your mistakes. It scans every small change in someone's tone, every delay in a reply, every unfinished task, every uncertain outcome. It keeps asking, where is the danger? And when it cannot find one, it creates one. This is not madness. This is a mind that learned survival before it learned peace. When the soul has lived too long in pressure, calm can feel unfamiliar. Peace can feel suspicious. A quiet room can feel too quiet. A good moment can feel like something waiting to be taken away. The mind says, "Do not relax yet. Something may happen." And because it has seen pain before, it believes it is being wise. It believes that searching for danger will prevent danger. It believes that if it stays tense enough, alert enough, prepared enough, nothing will catch you unguarded again. But constant alertness is not the same as safety. The Stoics understood that fear often grows from false judgments. The mind sees uncertainty and calls it danger. It sees silence and calls it rejection. It sees rest and calls it weakness. It sees peace and says, "This cannot last." But a thought about danger is not danger itself. A feeling of danger is not always proof that danger is present. Sometimes it is only the body remembering a time when peace was interrupted. This is why the mind searches for danger when the soul has forgotten how safety feels. It is trying to return to what is familiar, even if what is familiar hurts. If your nervous system became used to tension, then tension may begin to feel normal. If you grew used to conflict, silence may feel strange. If you grew used to disappointment, kindness may feel uncertain. If you grew used to carrying everything alone, support may feel uncomfortable. Not because danger is truly there, but because peace is no longer recognized as home. And that is a painful thing to understand. Sometimes the life you say you want feels strange when it finally comes close. You want rest, but rest feels unsafe. You want calm, but calm feels empty. You want love, but love feels risky. You want silence, but silence brings unease. You want sleep, but the moment your body begins to soften, the mind wakes up and says, "Wait, are we sure it is safe to let go?" The Stoic answer is not to shame the mind for this. The answer is to train it gently. A mind that learned to search for danger cannot be forced into trust in one night. It must be taught, again and again, that not every quiet moment is the beginning of pain. Not every calm season is a trap. Not every unanswered question is a threat. Not every peaceful night must be interrupted by fear. This teaching begins with returning to what is present. Look at what is actually here. The room is here. The bed is here. The breath is here. The body is tired. The night is asking nothing from you. No one is standing over you. No crisis is happening in this exact moment. The danger your mind is searching for may belong to memory, prediction, or old conditioning, but it does not belong to the room you are in now. This matters because the mind often reacts to what it expects, not what exists. It may expect rejection because rejection once happened. It may expect conflict because conflict was once common. It may expect failure because failure once hurt deeply. It may expect loss because loss once changed you. And so it keeps searching for signs that the old pain is returning. But the past is not always a prophecy. What happened before does not have the right to decide what every quiet night means. The Stoic practice is to separate the present from the echo. The present says, "I am in bed." The echo says, "Something could go wrong." The present says, "Nothing is demanding action now." The echo says, "Stay ready." The present says, "The body needs rest." The echo says, "Rest is dangerous." The present is simple. The echo is loud. But loudness does not make the echo true. When the soul has forgotten safety, the body may need proof. Not dramatic proof, small proof, slow proof, repeated proof. Every night you lie down and do not follow every fear, you teach the body something. Every time you breathe instead of rehearsed disaster, you teach the body something. Every time you say, "This is not happening now," you teach the body something. Every time you let silence be soft instead of dangerous, you teach the body something. Safety is remembered through repetition. This is why you must be patient with yourself. You cannot insult yourself into peace. You cannot force the nervous system to trust rest by calling it weak. You cannot shame an anxious mind into stillness. You must guide it like something that has been guarding you for too long and does not yet know the war is over for tonight. You can say inwardly, "Thank you for trying to protect me, but there is no danger here right now." Let that sentence be gentle. The mind may not believe it immediately. That is okay. You are not trying to win an argument. You are trying to create a new pattern. The old pattern says, search for danger. The new pattern says, notice safety. The old pattern says, stay tense. The new pattern says, soften a little. The old pattern says, prepare for pain. The new pattern says, receive this moment as it is. And this is where many people miss peace. They wait for safety to feel loud, but safety is often quiet. It does not always announce itself. It does not always come with a big emotional release. Sometimes safety is just the absence of immediate threat. Sometimes safety is the breath moving without interruption. Sometimes safety is having nothing to fix in this hour. Sometimes safety is the blanket over your body, the darkness around you, the permission to stop performing. If the mind only searches for danger, it will overlook these small evidences of peace. So tonight, instead of asking, what could go wrong, ask, what is safe enough right now? Not perfectly safe forever. Safe enough for this breath. Safe enough for this moment. Safe enough to unclench the jaw. Safe enough to lower the shoulders. Safe enough to stop rehearsing tomorrow. Safe enough to let one thought pass without following it. Safe enough to rest for a little while. The Stoic does not demand that life become completely free of danger before peace is possible. That would make peace impossible. Life will always contain uncertainty. People will always be unpredictable. Tomorrow will always be partly hidden. The body will always change. Plans will always carry risk. But Stoic peace says, even in an uncertain world, I can stop creating danger where there is none. I can respond to what is real, not bow to what fear invents. This is a rare strength. It is not the strength of being fearless. It is the strength of not letting fear become your only teacher. Fear may speak, but wisdom must answer. Fear may scan, but reason must return you to now. Fear may remind you of old pain, but your present self can remind fear that you survived, you learned, and you are no longer required to live as if every quiet moment is waiting to betray you. When the mind searches for danger tonight, do not hate it. It is a tired guard. It has worked too long. It has mistaken tension for loyalty. It has mistaken worry for love. It has mistaken control for safety. Speak to it with firmness and mercy. You can rest now. We are not in that old place. We are not inside that old moment. We do not need to search the dark for threats that are not here. Let the soul remember safety in small pieces. A slow breath, a relaxed hand, a softened face, a quiet room that does not accuse you, a moment where nothing needs to be solved, a thought that passes without taking you with it. These are not small things. They are the path back to rest. And as the search for danger begins to fade, the night becomes less like a battlefield and more like a shelter. The mind does not have to stand watch over every shadow. The body does not have to brace against every silence. The soul does not have to prove it deserves peace before receiving it. Tonight, safety may not feel familiar yet, but it can become familiar again. Breath by breath, thought by thought, night by night. You can teach the mind that stillness is not danger. You can teach the body that rest is not surrender. You can teach the soul that peace is not a trick waiting to be taken away. It is a place you are allowed to return to, even after years of forgetting the way. And after the mind learns that it does not need to search for danger in every quiet moment, another gentle discipline begins. Because even when the night feels safer, even when the body begins to soften, The mind may still demand one final thing before it allows you to rest. It may demand answers, clear answers, perfect answers, answers about the past, the future, other people, your choices, your pain, your purpose, and every unfinished part of your life. But the Stoic heart knows something the anxious mind forgets. A day can be closed without every question being solved. There is a kind of suffering that comes from believing you must understand everything before you are allowed to sleep. You lie down, but the mind says, "Not yet." We still need to know why this happened. We still need to know what they meant. We still need to know what tomorrow will bring. We still need to know if we made the right choice. We still need to know if things will be okay. And because the answers do not come quickly, the mind becomes restless. It keeps searching. It keeps turning the same questions over. It keeps treating uncertainty like a wound that must be closed before morning. But not every answer belongs to the night. Some answers need time. Some need distance. Some need another conversation. Some need maturity. Some need facts you do not yet have. Some need life to unfold before they can become clear. And some answers may never arrive in the exact form the mind demands. If you make sleep depend on perfect answers, you place your rest in the hands of things that are not ready to reveal themselves. The Stoics understood that wisdom is not the same as knowing everything. Wisdom is knowing what must be known now, what can be left to time, and what may never need to be fully known before you can live well. The anxious mind says, "I need the whole map." The Stoic mind says, "I need the next right step." The anxious mind says, "I need certainty." The Stoic mind says, "I need character." The anxious mind says, "I cannot rest until I understand." The Stoic mind says, "I can rest because I have done what belongs to this day." This is the art of closing the day, not by forcing life to explain itself, but by returning each unanswered question to its proper place. If a question belongs to tomorrow, let tomorrow hold it. If a question belongs to another person, let them carry their part. If a question belongs to the past, take the lesson and release the argument. If a question belongs to time, do not drag it into the bed and demand it speak before it is ready. There is peace in admitting, "I do not know yet." Those words can feel uncomfortable at first, because the mind often treats not knowing as danger. But not knowing is not always danger. Sometimes not knowing is simply the honest position of a human being living inside time. You do not see the whole road. You do not know every motive. You do not understand every delay. You do not have every piece of the story. And still, you can breathe. Still, you can act with integrity. Still, you can rest. The need for perfect answers often hides a deeper desire for control. The mind believes that if it understands everything, it will never be hurt again. If it understands why someone left, it will never feel abandoned again. If it understands every mistake, it will never fail again. If it predicts tomorrow clearly, it will never be surprised again. But life cannot be made painless by perfect understanding. Even wise people suffer. Even careful people are surprised. Even good people are misunderstood. Even strong people face days they did not choose. So the goal is not to know enough to avoid all pain. The goal is to become steady enough to meet life without losing yourself. That is why the Stoic does not chase perfect answers at midnight. The Stoic gathers the day with honesty and humility. What did this day ask of me? Where did I act with wisdom? Where did I lose my balance? What can be repaired? What must be accepted? What can wait? These questions are useful because they lead to order, but questions that only open more fear must be handled carefully. What if everything goes wrong? Why does this always happen to me? What if I never find peace? What if I made the wrong choice and ruined everything? These questions do not close the day, they keep the wound open. A good question brings you closer to clarity. A punishing question keeps you circling. Before sleep, choose questions that can end. Choose questions that give the mind a place to land. What is one lesson from today? What is one thing I can release? What is one thing I can do tomorrow? What is one thing I do not need to carry tonight? These questions are simple, but they are strong. They do not demand the whole universe to explain itself. They only ask for enough wisdom to close the day with dignity. The mind may resist simplicity. It may say, "But this is more complicated." And maybe it is. Life is often complicated. But sleep does not require you to untangle the whole knot tonight. Sometimes you only need to stop pulling it tighter. That is what happens when the mind demands perfect answers. It pulls at every thread. It tries to solve every detail. It grows impatient with uncertainty, and the knot becomes harder to loosen. There is a Stoic humility in letting some things remain unresolved without letting them remain in charge. You can say, "I do not know why this happened, but I know how I want to carry myself." You can say, "I do not know what they truly think, but I know I will not abandon my character." You can say, "I do not know what tomorrow will bring, but I know I will meet it with the strength I have." You can say, "I do not know the full meaning of this season, but I know I can take the next honest step." That is enough for tonight. The day does not need a perfect explanation before it can end. The sun does not ask whether you understood everything before it goes down. The body does not ask whether every problem is solved before it begins asking for rest. Nature itself teaches closure. Evening comes whether the day was easy or difficult. Night arrives whether you feel ready or not. The world grows quiet not because everything is complete, but because every living thing needs a rhythm of release. You are part of that rhythm too. If you keep demanding perfect answers, you break the natural rhythm of the soul. You turn every night into a negotiation. You tell sleep, "I will come only after certainty arrives." But certainty may be late. Certainty may be incomplete. Certainty may not come at all. And meanwhile, the body suffers. The heart grows tired. The mind becomes less able to face tomorrow with grace. So tonight, practice closing the day with enough answers, not perfect answers. Enough to know what belongs to you. Enough to know what must wait. Enough to know where you need forgiveness. Enough to know where you need courage. Enough to know that not every question is an emergency. Enough to place your hand on your chest and say, "For this hour, I release the demand to understand everything." This release does not make you careless, it makes you human. It allows wisdom to work slowly instead of being forced. Some answers arrive only after rest. Some clarity comes in the morning because the mind has stopped attacking itself. Some understanding grows over days, weeks, or years. If you force it too soon, you may create an answer from fear and mistake it for truth. The Stoic waits without becoming weak. The Stoic rests without giving up. The Stoic accepts uncertainty without surrendering direction. That is the balance. You do not need to know everything to live with honor. You do not need to understand every wound to begin healing. You do not need to control every outcome to choose your next right action. You do not need perfect answers to deserve a peaceful night. Tonight, let the unanswered questions stand outside the room. Let them wait their turn. Let the mind stop calling them all at once. Let the day close like a book with some pages still marked, not destroyed, not forgotten, simply saved for another time. You can return to what needs attention when the light comes back. You can think more clearly when the body is rested. You can seek wisdom without forcing it to appear under the pressure of exhaustion. Say softly, "I close this day without knowing everything. I release the need for perfect answers. I have seen what I can see for now. I have learned what I can learn for now. What remains unclear may wait. Let that sentence become a quiet door. Behind that door, the mind no longer has to chase every mystery. The body no longer has to stay tense until life explains itself. The heart no longer has to earn rest by solving every hidden thing. You are allowed to sleep with some questions unanswered. You are allowed to rest while life is still unfolding. You are allowed to let tonight be complete, even if understanding is not. And as you stop demanding perfect answers, the day begins to loosen its grip. The questions become softer. The pressure becomes lighter. The silence becomes less crowded. Sleep comes closer because the mind is no longer being forced to do the impossible. It is no longer trying to become the master of time, people, outcomes, and meaning. It is simply returning to its rightful place. A mind at peace does not know everything. It knows what to release for now. And now, as these 4 hours come to a close, remember this. The goal was never to destroy every thought. The goal was to stop letting every thought become your master. Tonight, you have learned to see the mind differently. You have seen why it grows loud when the body becomes still. You have learned that not every thought needs attention, not every regret deserves another trial. Not every unfinished conversation needs to keep speaking inside you, and not every fear about tomorrow belongs in your bed tonight. You have learned that the past cannot be rewritten by suffering, that painful memories can pass through you without becoming your identity, that silence is not punishment, and that peace begins when the mind stops fighting what it cannot change. You have learned to return borrowed weight to its rightful owner, to stop defending yourself against invisible enemies, to release the need to be understood by people committed to their version of you, and to let conversations that may never happen remain outside the room of your rest. This is the Stoic way of sleep, not escape, but release, not weakness, but wisdom, not pretending life is simple, but refusing to make the night carry what only the morning can face. So tonight, let the day be complete. Let the past step back. Let tomorrow wait. Let the people in your mind leave quietly. Let the unanswered questions soften. Let every thought return to its proper place. You have carried enough. You have fought enough. You have explained enough. Now, for this moment, peace is allowed to enter. And when you wake, may you rise lighter. Not because every problem has vanished, but because you no longer belong to every problem. Not because your mind is empty, but because your spirit has remembered who is in charge. If this meditation helped you release even one thought you have been carrying too long, leave a comment with these words: I release the night. Let those words be your quiet signature, a sign that tonight you chose peace over pressure, rest over rumination, and wisdom over worry. And if you want more long, calming Stoic reflections like this, subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell. Let this be the place you return to whenever your mind needs stillness, your body needs rest, and your soul needs peace.